essentially it's a memory. So when we obtain a search warrant to request any and all or the specific types of account information, Apple would go to the user's iCloud account and pull whatever data is available.
So theoretically, could you get anything that was on someone's cell phone if they chose to have those items saved to their iCloud?
Yes.
And so the items of evidence that you received in the Apple search warrant are items of evidence that the user of May Millete's cell phone saved to that iCloud account?
That's correct.
So I think yesterday we left off, you had discussed looking at Courts Exhibit 19-4. Do you recognize what that exhibit is?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a screenshot that May Millete had taken on her device and was then uploaded to the iCloud. And it is a image with appears to be a music track that is shown in the screen.
And is there a date and time attributed to that screenshot or when it was uploaded to the iCloud?
Yes, based on the information that was provided, the timestamp was October 25th, 2020 at 10:43 p.m.
And again, this exhibit has kind of a file path so that you could use that file to locate where this image is in the Apple search warrant return.
Precisely.
Showing you what's up on the screen, 19-4. Do you recognize that to be the same exhibit in the binder?
Yes, I do.
And is this the screenshot that you're referring to?
Yes.
And do you know what, can you tell us what this appears to be?
I can just read what it says,
Okay.
which is silent sex drive libido enhancer with my husband. Sex drive libido enhancer with my husband, and it is a audio file that is approximately 20 minutes in length.
And the screenshot, however, is the audio, right?
Correct.
Just a screenshot of what appears to be an audio file.
Just portraying it, yes.
Looking at 19-5, do you recognize this to be another screenshot with the same date with a time of 10:44 p.m.?
Yes, I do.
And is this also a screenshot that we located on that Apple search warrant return?
Yes, it is.
And again, attributed to the account maya.yahoo.com.
Correct.
And can you tell us what this screenshot is of?
The screenshot appears to be taken from May's device, taking of another device. As you see the term My Library at the top, it has the date and time listed on the right side, the left side of the screen on the actual screenshot. And it shows a number of audio tracks, I believe to be audio tracks, on the left side of the page going down the screen.
Some of them are Love Your Husband and Children, Millete Family, My Husband Larry, No More Men, Blessed Family Life.
Yes.
Looking at 19-6, do you recognize this screenshot?
Yes, I do.
And this has a date of 10/25/2020, 10:50 p.m. That's the time attributed to the screenshot?
That's correct.
And tell us why it is that you noted this particular screenshot.
It just showed more of with relations between her and Meg. It appears to be a screenshot taken on May's phone, and it just shows May's messages in blue and Larry's messages that are in black.
And just the first one, for the record, I saw some liquid on the wall again and wiped it off, and again on the wall post where I sleep. Second message, and the stupid subliminal messages things you're doing need to stop. It's annoying. And this is an accurate screenshot of what you found on the Apple search warrant return.
Yes.
Looking at 19-7, Date 10/25/2020, time of 10:51 p.m. Do you recognize this to be another screenshot, kind of continuation, or another screenshot of communication between Larry and A?
Yes.
And what was significant to you about this particular screenshot, or can you?
Well, to elaborate, it shows more of just the communication or the frustration that May was pouring out to Larry of just the things that she was alleging he was doing and advising him to stop.
In fact, in the mill message, she says, "You're just aggravating the situation more."
Correct.
Doing things you want to do, even though I've told you not once, but many times that I don't want to be exposed to all that pheromones, raw, subliminal messages, etc., etc.
Yes.
If one more time playing on your phone or iPad, I do not want to be in the same space as you. Either you give me my own room and you do not invade it, or I move out. It's not a threat. Stop thinking these things you're doing are okay. They're not.
That's correct.
And again, the file path where this screenshot could be located on the Apple return is up in the right-hand corner.
That's correct. Yes.
I'm going to skip ahead to 19-9 with a date of 12/18/2020, 10:36 a.m. We recognize up on the screen to be another, looks like photograph of a device. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, this is an image that was on May's account showing a screenshot that was taken December 18th, 2020. And it's reflective on the screen actually itself showing 10:36, Friday, December 18th, 2020. It's showing another track in the same fashion that I previously testified on, and also shows two more notifications that are showing up, and it even identifies the device as iPad.
And what does that mean?
What that means is that, and I'm looking at the settings notification, is that confirm iPad passcode. So in theory, it would be if May had her device and she had the iPad in front of her, she would take a screenshot of the iPad with the screen illuminated.
So is what you're saying, the screenshot that we're looking at, Silent No More Men, was on an iPad?
Correct.
And 19-9 up on the screen is the same exhibit in the binder?
That's correct.
And then 19-10, can you tell us what this is? Is this how this exhibit was created?
So with reviewing and conducting the analysis on the return, a Millete's account information, I created a chart in similar fashion as I did for other reports, showing the file title on the left side of the column and the timestamp that the image was obtained.
And again, is this something you did just because it's analyzing the Apple warrant return can be kind of more difficult to, I guess that's the right word, kind of make sense of, or
yes, it's yeah, more for my own methodology, if you will, or understanding, so that when I have to reflect on this report, I understand exactly this is the information I reviewed, put it into my own format so that I could then the return.
So that you can document where these images were, how they were labeled, and the date and timestamp and local time of those images.
Exactly.
And then looking at 19-11, dated January 6, 2021, 3:45 p.m. Do you see that up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that to be the same exhibit in the binder?
Yes.
Okay. This was an image you have dated January 6, 2021 at 3:45 p.m. What? How do you locate that date and time?
The date and time with the file name img_2290 that attributed with that specific file name is also a timestamp. So I'm really just regurgitating what's on the file and putting it at the top of this exhibit to show the timestamp.
Now, what is it a photo of?
It is a photo of a wall that has been patched over. You can tell by the difference in paint color. So it's been adjusted, or at least something has happened to where now it's being patched.
19-12. Can you tell us, first of all, is this the exhibit up on the screen, the same exhibit in the binder?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at?
We're looking at a door, and this was an image that was obtained on May's account, January 6th, approximately a minute later from the previous slide. And it's showing another patch on the door. That's essentially the putty, or at least the difference in door versus door.
The date and timestamp, is that the date and timestamp of that the photo was taken, or when the photo was uploaded to the iPad?
That's when the photo was captured, so when it was taken.
And then looking at 19-13, 19-14, and 19-15, those appear to be all three photos that are similar, taken January 7th, 2021 at 6:04 and 6:05 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are these three particular exhibits? What are they showing? And I'll start with 1913 up on the screen.
So 1913 is showing a portfolio of an account. And I recognize this from other pieces of the investigation to be associated with a cryptocurrency application. And it's showing an account balance. You will see at the top that there's a time of 9:16 a.m. on the actual image itself. So my understanding is that it would have been captured prior to and then uploaded again to cloud account.
So that the photo would have been taken at 9:16 a.m. on some particular day, but was uploaded January 7th at 6:04.
That's correct.
Do you believe that both images are from May's phone?
Yes, based on Apple ID association to the account is the same.
Well, and just to be clear, you said both images. Are there two images?
I guess, could you rephrase the question?
Yes. Well, I'm sorry that Your Honor had said, referred to both images in the exhibit, and
Oh, yes.
I just
So,
wanted to see if you could clarify that.
yeah, so to clarify, a screenshot was obtained on, I'm not sure what date, but it was showing a time of 9:16 a.m. The same image would have then been uploaded or at least screenshot again. So it could have been the photo was taken and then a second screenshot was performed on January 7th, 2021 at 6:04 p.m. And that is what is reflective in this exhibit.
So if I took a photo, for example, on my phone of the face of a cell phone that had a time on it, and then later took a screenshot of that image, I'd have two different times.
Correct.
The time the actual photo was taken and the time the screenshot was taken.
That's correct.
And then looking at 19-14, again, same image up on the screen that you see in the exhibit book.
Yes, it is.
And 1914 and 1915, what are both of those exhibits?
They're showing, again, the same portfolio or account balance of a cryptocurrency account that has been, original photo was taken, then it was screenshot, and the screenshot is what's reflective of January 7th, 6:05 p.m.
And then looking at 19-15 again, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at a market portfolio showing things that essentially items that are consistent with being cryptocurrency, showing the charts, and that information was again the original file would have been taken a separate day, but then the screenshot was what's reflective of this capture.
Okay. And what? So it says BTC USD. Can you decipher what kind of this screenshot is depicting?
So BTC is the Bitcoin, and it's US.
Screenshot. This is reflecting essentially the value of Bitcoin currency to US dollars.
Yes,
Did you also locate a video that was of some significance to you in the Apple search return?
I did.
And have you reviewed that video prior to testifying today?
Yes, I have.
And may I approach the witness?
Yes.
And providing a copy of the transcript to counsel. With me, which is a transcript, and Courts Exhibit 41, which is a CD, or actually a DVD-R. Do you recognize what that DVD is?
Yes, I do.
And what is that DVD?
That is a file in the form of a video that was recovered from Millete's Apple iCloud account that was viewable, and I previously reviewed this disc.
And did you review the disc, the video? The video had a transcription embedded into the video.
That's correct.
And was the transcription accurate?
Yes, it is.
And I believe counsel would stipulate that I do not need to play the actual disc, but I'm going to be playing a copy of the disc that's uploaded to the iPad.
All right, so noted. And there's audio.
Correct.
There is one.
There's audio. There's a transcript that has been embedded essentially into the audio, and a copy of that transcript has been marked as 41-A.
And from a court reporter.
Oh, and I will stipulate that she does not need to transcribe the audio in the video.
It's stipulated, yeah.
All right, then. So noted for the record. Now, the transcription that's embedded in the video, how was that produced?
That was produced using our office's technology unit, a technical unit that reviewed the video and then transcribed what was being said.
He's been trying to court you the whole time. He's been trying the pictures from your thing, you know, you guys got really close together on your desk, always right here, always together, you know, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. And then you start feeling stuff.
So that's enough for you to wish death on me all the time?
Oh, that's enough that, you know, that you gradually had an affair since December. And he probably, whenever he got hired or whatever, and he got close to him, oh, he's cute and all that stuff. You're probably the one that hired him. You know, you interviewed him.
I did not interview.
You know what I mean? To get into your team or whatever.
Really?
Really? I don't know. What you guys were doing? So 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night all the time, and you're projects and your team projects, mentoring
So
and all that stuff.
after all this stuff that you're accusing me of, and
Mentoring.
this is exactly why,
This is
and
like your
then
mentoring stuff.
this is, you said this wasn't gonna happen,
No,
and it still happened.
no, but
And then
it's the
you
same.
see, you bring it up every
Your,
day.
your thing is like,
Every day you do
It
this.
was
Every
never a
day
thing.
you do this.
it's, you always like, oh, it was a thing. But no, it was gradual. You guys, he was going for you already. He was going for you. Because he wasn't happy with this thing. He was going for you. You didn't even see it. You didn't even see it. He was trying to coach you the whole time. You didn't even see it. You know what I'm saying? You didn't see it coming.
What's your point? I ask you why you would say stuff like that, and then you go there, and then you wanna be together.
Investigator Brinley, there was a date and timestamp at the beginning of that exhibit. Do you recall what the date and stamp was of that video?
October 30th, 2020 at 9:47 a.m.
And that date and timestamp is reflective of what in terms of your search warrant returns and your findings?
Two things. First, it's in local time zone to San Diego. And secondly, it was a movie that was uploaded into the iCloud service. So it was a setting that was activated on May's account to where it would retain that information.
Did you also, in your investigation, review May's work emails that were provided to the investigation from NCIS?
Yes,
And did you locate anything, a particular email of interest sent to her by Terry Fonville?
I did.
And when was that email sent?
January 8th, 2021 at 11:46 a.m. local time.
If you could turn to Exhibit 15 in the binder.
Sure.
And take a look at that exhibit and tell us if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is that exhibit?
This is the original email that Terry Fonville had sent to May Millete.
And again, the date is January 8th, 2021 at 11:45 a.m.
Correct.
And this was from Terry Fonville. Who again was Terry Fonville?
Terry Fonville is Larry Millete's work supervisor.
And this was sent from his military account to May's Navy.mil account.
That's correct.
And if you could just read the substance of that email.
Good morning, May. Sorry to bother you, but I am concerned because I have not heard from him. This is not like him to miss work. It has been a few days. V/R Terry D. Fonville.
And what was significant to you about that particular email?
What was significant to me is that Terry did not know where Larry was. Terry had been trying to get in contact with Larry and had not heard a response. So he was reaching out to May in hopes of getting a hold of Larry.
And in your review of communications, either text message or phone, did it appear that there were others trying to get in touch with Larry on January 8th who could not?
Yes, there were.
Can we back up a little bit? Did you cover how this witness knows that Terry was calling the defendant? Did we cover that? Because he said Terry hadn't been able to contact the defendant.
Oh,
And I'm wondering if that's not an evidence or if I just missed it.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know whether or not Terry Fonville was trying to contact the defendant on January 8th?
Through text messages, yes. In review of the text message content that was provided by T-Mobile and looking specifically at the text messages between Terry Fonville and Larry Millete, Terry, by the substance of the content, Terry was trying to get a hold of Larry, or at least having Larry contact him on January 7th and then again on January 9th.
Did Terry Fonville try to contact Larry Millete by text message on January 8th?
Not on January 8th.
Did Terry Fonville, in your review of cell phone records, attempt to call Larry Millete on January 8th?
No.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
During your work on this case, did you have available to you the cell phone that belongs to Miss Millete?
Miss Millete?
Yes.
No, that phone has not been recovered.
Did you determine when it was lost?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained, rephrase.
Was the cell phone originally in Miss Millete's home, if you can determine that from your investigation?
Based on the habits of the device, is that one of the last known locations, or the last known location was either at or near her residence.
All right,
And what date was that?
And I'm sorry, what are you basing that on? You're going to have another witness who's going to talk about the cell phone data.
Yes,
Right? Is this witness qualified to?
he is, but I don't know that it was primary focus for purposes of this testimony. But I mean, he's qualified definitely. But I do have Peter Billiver, who is specifically going to testify to the analysis of the cell phone records and cells, in particular, cell site determinations.
Sorry for interrupting. You can rephrase.
Okay.
You can ask your question.
Thank you, Yana. To your knowledge, Maya Millete's cell phone was not inside her home on or about January the 8th, 2021.
I cannot say yes and I cannot say no without
Why is
having, because I did not have direct observation of that cell phone.
Is there anything in your knowledge with the technology that you have experienced and learned, would there be a device in order to discover that?
I'm not understanding your question, ma'am.
Based on the current technology, is there any possibility of determining whether Miss Millete's phone was located in the house before you worked on this information, the cell site?
There's different resources within the technology field that could assist in determining to locate a device if it was on.
Oh, I see. And if the battery is dead, it would be impossible.
Objection vague as to it.
Do you understand the question?
I understand it to a certain degree, sir.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. You can be a little bit more specific.
Okay. If Miss Millete's phone was dead, would the technology still be able to determine its location?
Depends on the version of the particular device. Some devices are still can ping locations depending on the version of the phone. So it's a tough question to answer because there's so many different factors. With Miss Millete's phone, that's undetermined.
Based on your knowledge and experience, is it possible to determine if this cell phone can verify if a person is carrying it versus for the cell phone just sitting on a table?
Generally, no.
You know the model iPhone that she had?
Sir, it's a Apple iPhone 11 Pro.
If you know when a cell phone is purchased and created, can you buy a cell phone that already has the Yahoo or apps in the cell phone, or do you have to create that?
You would have to download the application, the mobile application, with respect to the different platform. If you had an Android device, you would go to the Google Play Store. If you had an Apple device, you would go to the iOS store. But you would have to physically download that application upon activating that phone.
Can somebody hack the cell phone to obtain those apps?
I'm sure it's possible.
You talked about Ms. Millete's Instagram accounts as Instagram 1 and Instagram 2. Can you distinguish which is 1 and 2 when you're providing the codes, the password, and the codes?
I didn't provide any passwords on the account. I'm not sure what May's password to get into the account was. I can tell you that the Instagram 1 would have been her main account that Detective MacGyver from the Chula Vista Police Department had obtained records for. Instagram 2 is in reference to the Sailor Moon account. So that's the distinguish between both.
If Mr. Larry Millete wanted to join in the Instagram 1, what would he need in order to join in that account?
To join in the account, if it was still active and the account user was still using it, and he did not have the device in hand, and he was trying to get access to the account, he would need to either follow the original account holder or request to be added to the account. And the user would have to accept, or at least accept that as a to be followed.
For a husband and wife to be joined on a single account, do they need to open the account together?
It depends on the settings. It could go both ways, but generally not, especially if it's device specific, because the applications can recognize the device. And so if the device is activated on, let's say, on May's Apple iPhone 11, and Larry is trying to access the account from his Apple iPhone SE, first generation from 2016, there will be some suspicious activity, or at least Meta Platforms, who is ran by Facebook and Instagram, would note that there's an event that's being created. So without May having the device in Larry's hand, otherwise it'd be like some sort of suspicious activity, at least get reported.
Are suspicious activities monitored by the server?
Yes, each platform, and when I say platform, I'm talking about Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, they all have their law enforcement response team that not only tailors to producing search warrants, records upon request, but also monitoring the accounts for suspicious activities such as login information, logons or attempt to sign on, as well as crimes that are need to be acted upon immediately, such as child exploitation, human trafficking, such as that.
We talked about suspicious activities in Ms. Milete's account. Was that suspicious activity monitored or reported?
Yes, it was reported in the form that May had received emails from the different platforms, such as Amazon, PayPal, and Facebook, to name a few, that had sent the email letting her know that somebody was trying to access the account.
Would there be a penalty for that?
As in a violation?
Sustained.
I'm just referring to the provider. Would the provider stop the service?
Well, in regard to PayPal, they had frozen the account because of the suspicious activity. So yes, there's a penalty in the form that which goes against the account user, because now they cannot use their own account because someone has tried to access the account, which then causes the activity to be ceased.
When Miss Millete was still around living with her husband, was there any suspicious activities in 2020?
In regards to what?
To any activities in her accounts,
As in suspicious
usage?
in the same emails?
Yes.
I didn't find any. I did not see any suspicious sign-ons, suspicious login information, password changes, other than some that have already been testified to. But the majority, or in fact, all of the suspicious activity occurred, and I'm looking at the Yahoo return, is January 26th through April 1st of 2021.
So if Mr. Millete wanted to get into Miss Milete's Instagram too, he will not be able to do that unless Miss Millete will provide the codes to him.
No, that's not correct.
So Mr. Millete can in fact get into Miss Milete's Instagram account too.
What I'm saying is that there's no code that's provided.
Okay.
So she would have to follow him, or she would have to agree to be followed. Is basically how that, to simplify it, is really that's the transaction that would have to take place.
Can you stop someone from following you?
You can.
And initially, do you need to allow them access?
No, you don't need to have, if the account is set to where it's private versus if it was public. So if you have Instagram, for instance, and you could pull up anyone's Instagram profile that was public, you would see literally their activity on their account for public view. However, if the account is set to private, which Sailor Moon was, you would not see any of that information. So you'd have to really get access to the account by the user allowing you to join.
Either by maybe following you or giving you the email address or the Instagram?
It would be, if we're looking at device to device, Instagram usually uses both the computer and the device, but mainly it's device based because of taking pictures, activity. People are usually on their phones when they're in transit versus at a house, for instance. Because of that feature and because of the application, how it's designed, you would need to have being followed or at least request to be followed. And the user, on the other hand, will have to accept it or at least show that you're trying to get into their private account. If it's public, you don't really get that access because anybody can see it.
There has been allegations in this case that Mr. has been blocking certain friends of Miss Millete from Facebook. How would Mr. Millete do that? If he can.
Did this witness cover that on direct?
He discussed her Facebook account to some degree. I'm certain he's able to answer it.
That's fine. Please, if it's outside the scope, free to object. You can answer.
Are you referring to Larry Millete's Facebook account or
Miss
Miss Millete?
Millete's Facebook account.
Okay. I just want to understand what you're asking is Mr. Millete was saying that he was having to block May's friends.
Certain friends of Millete,
We're trying to contact Larry.
I know, making allegations that they couldn't get hold of Miss Millete because Mr. Millete blocked them.
I'll object at this point. Their relevance beyond the scope and lack of foundation.
Sustained. All right, we talked about the suspicious activity that was noted between January 26th and April 1st, 2021. Did you determine who was attempting to log on to those accounts?
I previously testified not on every platform. However, there were some emails from the different providers that did say an email address that we had determined was Larry Millete's and a phone number that we had determined to be Larry Millete had tried to access the account between that time period.
That's right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You testified about Mr. Fonville's conversation with Mr. Millete. Did you also interview Mr. Fonville personally?
I did.
Is it true that Mr. Fonville told you that Mr. Millete's work schedule is flexible?
Yes, at one point he did describe that Larry has an alternate work schedule is how he phrased it.
And that actually Larry was given a time off on January the 8th as well as January the 11th, 2021.
Time off or
You can rephrase that question to ask if Mr. Fonville told him a certain thing. Otherwise, it's vague and foundation.
Did Mr. Fonville tell you that Larry was off on was given days off on January 8th and January 11th, 2021?
when I spoke to Mr. Fonville,
Yes.
the term of given time off was never used. It was Larry didn't show up for work. And that was the change.
When you say that my cell phone's last ping was on January the 8th, 2021 at around 1:24 a.m. in San Miguel Ranch neighborhood. What does it really mean when you say ping?
I
Did
don't-
you use that term?
I did not, sir. I did not recall saying anything to the effect of San Miguel Ranch.
All right, so you're misstating the witness's testimony. He talked about I forgot the term, there were two terms he used,
Okay.
but ping was not one of them.
Okay, so your testimony is Ms. Millete's cell phone stopped or was no longer active on January 8, 2021, around 1:24 a.m. Does that mean that you couldn't text or you cannot contact her at all, or you can still text?
Again, I reviewed the official records that were submitted by T-Mobile. These are data transactions. These are call detail records, so phone calls and text messages. And again, I previously testified on one file contains calls made or received, text messages sent or received, data sessions, which encompasses timing advance data sessions in general, applications being used, emails, push notifications, anything outside of calls made or texts. So in the data session, that was the last contact, was at 1:25 or approximately 1:25 in the morning, January 8, 2021. Between the two files and anything else I've reviewed in this investigation for that number for May Millete, there has been no additional activity to this day.
Could you determine the cause of non-activity because it's related to it has not been, or the battery is dead?
That's vague. Rephrase.
Or the service is actually terminated?
Counsel,
Okay,
you can ask the question, but it needs to be one sentence, not compound.
sorry, Your Honor. Given the termination of Ms. Millete's cell phone usage, does it mean that it was just a dead battery?
I previously testified there's different options that could occur. Without being directly present into what I directly observed or had seen for my own self, the options are battery could die, phone could be destroyed, or the phone could be turned off. I cannot tell you that it is the battery, nor can I tell you it was destroyed because I wasn't there. But I can. Those are generally based on my training experience in this profession. Those are the three main issues. That's all I can provide for you on that.
If the battery is dead, can you still determine the cell site information?
Again, it's with a newer iPhone, which is at the time of this investigation, did not have that capability.
You also were able to look at information that was downloaded from Mr. Millete's cell phone. dated January 9, 2021?
That's incorrect. The cell phone was downloaded January 13th of
Okay.
2021.
And there were certain activities from Mr. Millete trying to contact Mrs. Millete.
On which day?
On or about January 9, 2021, at 8:56 a.m., Mr. Millete was trying to, there was an SMS message from Mr. Millete to Mrs. Millete regarding an inquiry whether they were still going to go to Big Bear. You recall that one?
I'd like to clarify. There was nothing on the cell phone download that reflected any of that information. I do agree with what you say that it is from the T-Mobile SMS content that was provided upon search warrant. So we did not find anything on the actual device
Yes.
that reflected that.
So if I looked at the actual device, I will not see that.
Correct.
So does that mean one option is it was erased on the device? Deleted?
In my opinion, yes.
So if, in this case, there was a witness who claimed that Maya Millete was at a hotel in Las Vegas and asked this witness to call a certain number with a 619 area code, and then left the hotel in Las Vegas, how long will that telephone number stay in his cell phone?
Objection lacks foundation, speculation beyond scope.
Stated on all three grounds, it was Detective Vicente who talked about that investigation.
Okay,
This witness did not cover that during his testimony.
I was just trying the capability of the technology. I wasn't going to ask him specifically what he knows about that. Just whether, in fact, if a certain whether in
I
fact,
understand,
yeah.
I've made my ruling, and
Okay.
this isn't the witness to ask.
All right. Thank you.
And the purpose of the preliminary hearing is not to engage in general discovery.
Okay. As it relates to the searches and the visits that you testified earlier regarding Mr. Millete's activity, searching for some drugs related to sedatives, you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether those drugs or any of those drugs that he searched were purchased by him?
I did not have access to that part of the investigation, so I could not. I don't think I'm the person to explain that.
You also don't have the information why he was searching for those drugs, right?
I do not understand your question, ma'am.
You don't know what reasons did Mr. Millete have why he was searching information for those sedatives?
Without speculating, no, I do not.
You also would not know what Mr. Millete meant when he said I am going to lose it.
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You also don't have personal knowledge if it was true that Mr. Millete was poisoning Mrs. Millete.
Same objection.
We can answer. Overruled.
It's difficult to respond. And the reason I say is it's not a question, it's a statement.
Do you have knowledge that Mr. Millete is poisoning or was poisoning Miss Millete?
Well, from May's Instagram account, she had, this is the account that she used as a diary and a place to vent, but also her safe haven, is that she had actually taken pictures of herself, and she had also had conversations telling Larry to stop giving her medications or gummies, for instance, that were making her drowsy. So although I cannot factually say he was poisoning her, I can rely on the confessions, if you will, or the information that May was providing or uploading to her own Instagram account about these conversations.
So independent of what Miss Millete had written on her Instagram, you don't have any knowledge that Mr. Millete was actually poisoning Mrs. Millete.
That question has been asked and answered.
Thank you. You talked about the subliminal messages that Ms. Millete was discussing on her Facebook, I believe.
No, it's not Facebook. It would have been recovered from the Apple iCloud return. So it was screenshots about her. Yes, it was about her
Yes. So-
text messages with Larry.
Can you determine how many people did she send a screenshot?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Is it even possible to send a screenshot to numerous individuals?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Mr. Fonville told you that he did not believe Larry was capable of killing May?
Objection, relevance, calls for speculation.
Those two grounds will do. Sustained.
Do you remember Mr. Fonville telling you that Larry would look after the kids, make Maya's dinner, and bring it to her?
Objection, calls for hearsay, double hearsay. Lack of foundation.
Lack of foundation, relevance, sustained.
During your interview of Mr. Fonville, did he tell you that Larry looked after the kids, made up Maya's dinner as well?
Objection, relevance, lack of foundation, calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain it. Same grounds. I'll leave them.
Did Mr. Fonville tell you that he believed Maya had been kidnapped?
Objection, calls for speculation, relevance.
Sustained.
You are aware that Mr. Millete had been receiving death threats, right?
What's the relevance of that question with this witness? Hearing no response, the objection is sustained
Okay.
for relevance.
When you looked at the subliminal messages in this case, did you find any message wherein Mr. Millete suggested harm to Mrs. Millete?
Just within subliminal messages?
Right.
No.
You talked about a specific drug that Mr. Millete was searching in the, I believe, Google. Rofino, something like that. I don't know if that's correct. Rofino.
That would be pronounced Rohypnol.
Were you able to verify if that drug is manufactured or available in the United States?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
And lack of foundation.
I think it's a law enforcement officer with a lot of experience, but it's not.
I'll call your attention to the, I believe you talked to I believe this is a Instagram message from May Millete. I believe it's in a diary form, where she said that all she wanted to do is to be done away from Larry.
Is that a question? Are you? So it's vague. Do you have a question at the end of that phrase? Are you asking if he recalls reading that? So do you recall that?
It's supposed to be one of
No, I'm asking, do you
I'm sorry.
recall that?
Your Honor, it's tough to distinguish because it's listed in different formats. Are we referring to the screenshots of the communications between Larry and May, or are we talking about the messages between Jamie and May? That's what I'm not understanding.
Okay. From your investigation and examination of Ms. Millete's activities during the time, did just messages to her Instagram or diary, like just type the information and send it to her Instagram diary?
That's vague.
What was the procedure that Ms. Millete followed to provide information to her, what you said, code diary?
I'm not understanding the question.
When Ms. Millete wants to write something in her diary, how did she accomplish that?
section misstates testimony, lack foundation, and in vague.
Overruled, you can answer.
So the term diary is something that I used specifically, the term diary. Instagram does not have the term diary, but based on my review of the account, it was again something that she would send. So yes, she would send messages to her account, but didn't expect a reply from anyone. So with messages that were sent, either in direct messages or text format, which could contain an image describing how she was feeling, describing her environment. Yes, there were some messages in there.
And she'd be basically getting her phone and texting it or typing it on her phone.
Yes, she would have to be on the Instagram application and she could send that information to herself. She would post it, but she wouldn't post it to anyone. It would just be to herself. So the term diary, again, is something that I relate it to.
Would that be something that after she types it, will it be deposited in a certain account where she can retrieve it and print it?
Yes, I mean, that's her account. So she would be able to view her account and what she posted historically. She would be able to download a report of her account if she wanted to go that far. And yes, so she would be able to print it if need be.
And she could send that message directly to another person
If she wanted to,
if she wanted to, yes.
yes.
I just wanted, because it's a diary, I thought it might be limited or restricted.
I understand.
Based on what you reviewed, were there any indications to May that on January 7, 2021, her life was in danger?
Yes.
Can you tell us which information did she have to believe that?
That was based on the direct communications between Jamie and May, where Jamie had reached out to her multiple times saying that he was worried about her safety. So other people or another person, based on perspective, could see that in terms of Larry's behavior, controlling behavior, obsessiveness, the other information about the dramatic conversation that occurred on January 5th to leading up to her disappearance, Jamie was able to see that her life, or at least the environment she was in, was no longer safe, even though May not have seen it herself.
Is it fair to say that Jamie was worried about May's life?
And
I was
I mean, it's,
calls for speculation, but
that's not, doesn't hurt your case, but it's speculative. I can't allow testimony about what someone else thinks.
Based on what you read in this case, do you believe Jamie and May had a plan to make sure that May was safe?
Relevance. So, next.
Isn't it true that Miss Millete wanted to leave? In those writings and messaging that she has done, many times she told Jamie, she wanted to leave Mr. Millete.
I can only relate or provide you from what I read directly from the messages. I cannot speculate on what her intention was. But when saying that, she wanted to leave Larry. She did not want to leave her kids. She did not want to leave her life that she had built, but she wanted to leave Larry. I cannot testify to anything else.
Did you interview any of the spellcasters?
Objection beyond the scope.
Did you mention that at all during your testimony?
I did not, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you interview Mr. Millete regarding the spellcasters?
Did I interview Larry Millete?
Yes.
I attempted to on the day of his arrest on October 19th, 2021.
Objection relevance.
Sustained. You know the discovery better than I do, so that that objection is sustained. And back by saying you know the discovery better than I do.
I didn't say.
I read the arrest warrant,
Okay.
some search warrants. I don't have the police reports, so I don't know all the facts of the investigation.
Your witness.
Sidebar, unreported. I have a question regarding procedure. messages and whether there was any other evidence of motive or intent. So that's what we covered.
Investigator Brinley, when you mentioned that you examined the defendant's cell phone download from January 13th, correct?
Correct.
And you examined the SMS messages that were obtained from T-Mobile that you obtained via search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
Can you, and I think you mentioned yesterday on direct examination, there were some text messages that you did observe in some location that were from June of 2020 between May and Larry. Can you first explain where you saw those messages?
So those messages were from the from the device download to where we could export the text message data and be able to view them. So going back to June of 2020 was the last time that I observed text messages that involved both Larry's phone number and May's phone number, and it was in the form of a group message. So there was another party that was involved in this group message.
Do you recall who that person was?
Not specifically, but it was in the form of they were scheduling an appointment, or at least a conference, but I cannot accurately testify to that today.
Was there anything about, I guess, a significant evidentiary value of the substance of those messages versus more innocuous, just messaging about some type of scheduling?
No, there was nothing that I observed outside of that realm.
Specifically, messages between Larry and May, did you find any messages between the two of them on Larry's device download from January 13th, 2021?
I did not.
And I believe you did testify that there were some SMS messages that you located in some location between Larry and May.
On the device or on the SMS content?
In any part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And where were those?
I observed the text messages through the T-Mobile SMS content file that was provided upon search warrant, and also the information that had been screenshot in the Instagram account showing conversations between Larry and May.
But on the actual cell phone download from January 13th, were there any messages between Larry and May on that phone?
No, there were not.
Were there messages between Larry, the defendant, and other people?
Yes, there were.
Can you check volume? There were a handful of communication strings between the defendant and other individuals. If you can describe that for us at all.
In what particular, going back to January 8th specifically, or?
Yes, so I guess from January 2021 and moving backwards in time, let's say to mid 2020, were there text messages on the defendant's device between the defendant and other people?
Yes, there were.
I mean, how many different message strings would you say there were?
Hundreds. It was not. Was pretty active. This was people that he were identified through our investigation as being family members, both Larry's side and May's co-workers and other people that he was friends with. Yeah, plenty of messages between those.
But no messages between the defendant and his wife?
No.
going back, just I want to clarify one aspect of the Instagram kind of access. When an account is private, is it accurate then to say that in order for a person, so for example, if you had an Instagram account, in order for me to have access to your to private, I would have to request to follow you, and would you then have to accept my request?
Yes, generally you would because of the account privacy.
And then if you, for example, were following my account, do I automatically then have access to yours, or do you still have to accept, kind of takes to allow the other person to view your account?
Ultimately, the priority is the user settings, but in that essence, you would have to have some sort of exchange in order to grant access and request access. So both parties would have to complete an action to view each other's accounts.
So theoretically, I could follow someone. I could allow someone to view my account. Make a request them. Until they accept that request, I still can't see their account.
Sure.
And then the only other way for one individual to view the contents of another person's Facebook or Instagram account would be to know their password. Is that right?
Yes, and they would have to typically, if it's sent up, we call it a two-factor authentication as to logging into the account, is they would normally have to have the device in hand in order to do so. I mean, there's ways that you can access it remotely, but the preferred way to avoid that two-factor authentication or to go through that process would be to have the actual device.
And then, so if one person wanted to see what was on someone else's Instagram account, or Facebook, they'd either need that person to allow them access. So in other words, the user puts in their password and then hands the device to the other individual for them to view. That would be one way, right?
Typically, yes.
The other way would be for the user to give that device to the other person and then allow that person to have the password in order to get into the video.
If no other actions have been completed.
What do you mean by that?
This comes back to what defense counsel had said on allowing emails and phone numbers or sharing an account, I believe was the phrase, is that without that, you would have to have the person's device. So if you do not have a sharing account set up already, there's no way you'd be able to view the account. If it was private on Instagram, you would have to have permissions, as they would call it.
And was there any indication that Millete had given
Not that I saw.
Now, she also asked you about some kind of different accounts that you interpreted as being like journals, or
Correct.
an opportunity to kind of create journal entries. I believe you testified that this Sailor Moon Instagram account was one such account, correct?
Yes.
And then there were also some emails that May sent to herself in her Yahoo account, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, didn't she, in some of those, actually label or title the email diary?
Yes, she did.
Do you have a report that is
I do.
Let's take a break. Do you have a lot more questions on reading?
no?
Can we wrap up? Can we keep going? Okay, we'll keep going. We'll wrap up and
And do you specifically recall a date and time of one of those entries?
Where the term diary was used.
Yes.
I'd like to refer to my board just for reflection.
That's why I could refer you to page 30 of your 40 report. See if that refreshes your memory.
Yes,
And that was dated, does that refresh your memory?
I am refreshed.
Okay. And what was the subject line of one of the emails that referred to the word diary?
Subject was Diary 12/22/2020.
And then on the next page, there's some text of your report. Is that the actual text of the body of that email?
Yes, that is the exact verbiage that I found on the email.
And again, that was an email that was sent from Millete to Millete.
That's correct.
Can you just read the last couple of sentences of that entry on page 32?
Yes. Then I decided to keep standing against their wave of self-indulgence and narcissism. Will remain standing to fight for me. Finally, after years of just being an autopilot and spending more time at work to avoid being at home, I've suffered the consequences of my quietness and indifference. It's time to take back my home.
Thank you. Another question.
Recross. Excused or subject.
You may be excused.
And so that concludes your testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We are in recess. We'll resume in 15 minutes.
state under penalty of perjury, the testimony provided in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, full name's Peter Villiver. First name's Peter, common spelling Peter. Last name's Villiver. That's V as in Victor, ILLA, V as in Victor, ER.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Villiver, what is your current occupation?
Presently, I'm a senior crime and intelligence analyst with the San Diego County District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the district attorney's office?
Approximately 5 years.
What was your assignment prior to your current one?
I was assigned to the Bureau of Investigation.
And what did you do primarily for the Bureau of Investigation?
As an analyst with the Bureau of Investigation, I was assigned to provide technical assistance to active criminal investigations to our prosecutors and district attorney investigators.
And do you, in part, still do that in your current assignment?
As collateral duty, yes.
Essentially, you were promoted?
Transferred.
Okay. And prior to your work at the district attorney's office with the Bureau of Investigation, what did you
Before the district attorney's office, I used to work for San Diego Police Department.
in what capacity?
Generally the same, however, my clients per se are police officers.
So you say the same. What,
Specializing in
analysis of cell phone records?
that's my specialty, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about your training and education that has provided you the background for that specialty?
Yes, so overall, I've been with law enforcement or working for law enforcement as a professional staff for about 12 years cumulatively. Prior to employment with the San Diego Police Department, I used to work as a transportation systems analyst in a private engineering firm. I received my bachelor's in information systems. I also have a bachelor's in government with methodology. And then upon employment with San Diego,
You're gonna need
upon
information.
with San Diego PD, a focus in research and methodology. And then upon employment with San Diego PD, that's when I received specialized training in the field of cell site analyses and cell phone business records analyses. Just training up to present, and also I facilitate trainings.
Meaning you conduct the trainings yourself?
Yes, as an instructor.
How many times have you testified as an expert in cell phone analysis?
In the past 12 years, approximately 130.
Your Honor, I would offer this witness as an expert in the area of cell phone analysis, and I don't know if counsel has any objection to that.
Is there any objection to the court recognizing Mr. Villiver as an expert in the area of phone analysis?
Oh, yeah.
So noted for the record.
And specifically, is your expertise in the area of cell phone analysis that relates to cell tower locations?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about when you conduct your analysis, where do you start?
Okay, so when I conduct my analyses, a detective or investigator obtains telephone records through a legal process, typically a search warrant. And then I would receive the materials electronically. And in addition to that, I would also read case information pertaining the crime incident. I then evaluate the materials that I received to make sure sure that I have all the data sets to conduct my analyses, and then I move forward with the processing of the data.
When you say the records, are we talking about call detail records?
Call is the prime type of business record that we receive from cell phone companies pursuant to a search warrant. In addition to that, there are other business records that are obtained, such as subscriber detail information, special information, and such.
Let's start with the call details. What does it mean? What is the transaction detail that is generated in call detail records?
Yes, so call detail records in summary, it's I receive it in an electronic format. It similar to billing records, so it lists transactions such as voice calls, text messages. It has attributes of timestamps, duration, the associated party, meaning who called whom, and those transaction details. However, the call detail records that we get also includes network information that to kind of historical locales.
So if I summarize that, the call detail records include records that show the making and receiving of the phone call,
Correct.
the making and receiving of a text message,
That as well.
and to be clear, that would be what is referred to as SMS messages and not iMessages, correct?
Correct. SMS or text messages, excluding iMessages.
Are you familiar with the term passive data events?
Yes.
What does that refer to?
So passive data events, for the purpose of my analyses, are transactional details that are recorded by the cell phone companies without the actual use of or active use of the device. So there are passive events that are recorded in this particular case by T-Mobile, where the target device is communicating with the cellular network.
Call in the T-Mobile record.
Okay, so there's two passive events that I utilized in this particular investigation. It's the data usage component, or the data usage identifies transactional details as well, timestamps, and in some cases, location information. These data usage are generated based on, as a result of applications that are installed on the device. That passive that I evaluate is called the
TDOA.
TDOA,
Stands for what?
time distance of arrival.
And if you can, just in very simple terms, if possible, explain what is TDOA, a user-generated transaction?
Not necessarily. So these are passive events that are recorded as long as the device is connected to the cellular network. The TDOA gives us timestamps when that relationship occurred, the associated cell site that the target number or target device was communicating with. In addition to that, a very special attribute that it has, it also gives us an estimated distance of how far, so it gives us a little more precise indicator of where the device was.
But TDOA is what you would refer to as a passive data event.
It's one of the passive data events, yes.
As opposed to, again, a user making or receiving a call or text message.
Yes, so compared to the call detail records, it's limited to when the target number receives or makes a voice call or a text message.
And how is TDOA utilized by, for example, T-Mobile in this case?
Yes, so from training and experience, T-Mobile and other cell phone companies have similar types. They just call it differently. They use it for performance measurements.
So kind of explain that.
Yeah, so to identify gaps in their network coverages so that they can move forward and kind of optimize their network in a specific area.
So T-Mobile send out a message to the phone its network to just kind of like test the functionality of their network?
If you have to pull it later to identify gaps, so they would pull TDOA or similar types of records to identify how their customer performed historically.
And you already mentioned that you were requested to analyze some cell phone records. In this case, specifically for a telephone number associated with Millete,
Yes,
and those were records obtained by, well, is it fair to say that you looked at two sets of records?
I did receive two sets of records for generally 2 different timeframes.
And one of those were set of records obtained by investigator Matthew Brindley.
Correct.
And then you also analyzed cell phone records associated with a number associated with defendant Larry Millete,
Yes.
and also their 2 daughters.
In total, 4 distinct phone numbers or target numbers associated to the Millete family.
And the first cell phone search warrant return you obtained and reviewed was for what date range?
Generally from December 2020 to January 2021.
And that was a search warrant return for T-Mobile records that was obtained by the Chula Vista Police Department?
In the initial investigation of the case, yes.
And then what was the second search warrant return you reviewed?
The second return, it's more expanded. It's by Mr. Grindley in my office. It covers from January 2020 up to about April 2021.
And is it fair to say that for the time period that overlapped, the records were consistent?
Yes.
The second one just expanded the data set essentially?
Let me clarify that. Yes, there's an overlapping period between the 2 search warrants. However, I just want to highlight that the records that were obtained by Chula Vista Police Department in their initial investigation
Records did include the TDO.
the first sets of records for Chula Vista, yes.
And to clarify that further, are you aware that SMS messages were obtained as part of the second set of records?
Yes,
And were those part of the first set?
it was part of the second set, I believe.
But in terms of the cell tower information, the call detail record, the information was consistent between the 2 sets?
Correct.
Did you conduct analysis then of the cell phone number call detail records associated with Millete?
Yes.
And did you then create, after you conducted your analysis, a PowerPoint to reflect your findings?
Yes. So as part of my analyses, I generate a written report and essentially a PowerPoint series of maps that show cell site activities.
Do you recall how many pages your PowerPoint presentation or your slides were for this mapping of Millete cell phone?
It's well over 200.
So for purposes of this hearing, we're not going to go over all of those that you prepared, but just to get an understanding of the time frame that you captured, what was the search period that you reviewed?
Generally for that particular case, December 2020 all the way to April 2021.
Now, may I first witness to direct him to Court's Exhibit 22?
Yes.
You should see Court's Exhibit 22-1 in front of you to recognize and kind of flip through it, 16 slides. You recognize those to be slides that you prepared in connection with.
Yes, Quartz Exhibit. The 22 series is a 16-page document that contains excerpts of my diagrams that I created for this case.
And up in the right-hand corner, there's a red number. Who generated that number?
I generated that.
And so would that be kind of, you had said well over 200 slides. So 1 would be the first slide, 2 would be the second slide, and so forth.
Yes, in that series.
So looking at the first slide then, for example, which will be up on the screen, you created this slide to just, and it's 22-1. Is this the same slide that's in the binder?
Yes, I have a printed version of what's currently displayed on the screen.
And this just gives you a summary of, I think, what you just described, which is essentially the area that you conducted your activity analysis for. Again, for the phone associated with May.
With the victim, yes.
And then I'm not going to project slide 22-2, but essentially what is 22-2?
Okay, so 22-2, I have a printed version of it in front of me. Are the phone number associations and the 4 target numbers that I received for this particular case under the kind of the family T-Mobile account. There's 4 phone numbers to it and the name associated to them.
And then you have colors associated on the right for each of those individuals?
Yes, so my demonstratives are color coded, so each specific color represents a specific target number.
So blue for Laura May's phone, red for Larry's phone, for Maya's phone, and orange for Milan's.
Correct, consistent throughout my diagrams.
And we're going to now project 22-3. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, so 22-3 represents is my laser pointer?
Yes.
Okay, so 22-3 is a representation of a diagram that I generated. It essentially identifies the activated cell sites by the target number on the very top left. I'm pointing at the very top left, T-Mobile 619-227-0558 for the period of December 24th, 2020 up to January 8th, 2021, which was the last transaction that was able to get within my search.
Okay, so essentially all these little purple dots are cell towers that were activated during that time frame by this phone.
Yes.
Looking at 22-4, can you tell us what we're looking at in this exhibit? And again, this is the same as in the binder.
Yes.
What is this?
Yes. So 22-4 is a overview map of the pertinent location that I received for this particular case. You will see a blue circled identifier A as an apple, which represents the address of 2413 Paseo Los Gatos in the city of Chula Vista.
Looking at 22-5, what are we looking at in this exhibit?
So 22-5 is another demonstrative of the pertinent location. You will see about in the top right quadrant of the map, push pin identifying the location of 2413 Paseo Los Gatos. But this is a more zoomed in version of the San Miguel Ranch neighborhood in the east side of Chula Vista. It's the oblique terrain model.
And there's a notation down at the bottom, San Miguel Ranch. And can you tell us, what is that indicating?
So San Miguel Ranch is the nomenclature for that community in East Chula Vista.
Looking at 22-6, what are we looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, so 22-6, you will see a series of pink dots. This just identifies the deployed T-Mobile network equipment on or about January 2021. So each dot represents a T-Mobile cell tower or cell site that can provide service to T-Mobile customers primarily.
And you're using the word cell site and cell tower interchangeably?
Yes.
So again, we aren't going to go over every cell phone activity for any one during that period, but we would, what I'd like to do is direct your attention to January 7th, 2021 in particular. 22-7, if we could use this as an example as we move through the slides and just kind of orientate us to what we see in this particular slide.
Yes, 22-7 all the way to the end, we're actually going to be going over the transactions in detail. So the elements of the maps are generally going to be the same. Do you want me to go over the elements of the map?
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, at the top left, you will see a black box with the location identifier. So it identifies where the cell sites activated were for this particular diagram. On the top right, you will see a white square with the date for ease of visualization. Most importantly, at the very bottom of the diagram, you will see a table. So the table contains the attributes that I was able to acquire from the call detail records from T-Mobile, starting from the left phone, and it has the identifier Maya M, which indicates that this particular transaction was from the phone number associated to the victim. Date and time, self-explanatory, date and time of when the event occurred, adjusted to reflect San Diego time. The direction as it relates to the target phone, it's incoming or outgoing. So if the target phone receives a phone call, it's an incoming, and vice versa. Calling number, called number, these are the phone numbers associated to that transaction. The target number will reflect as one or the other. And then LAC cell ID, these are network identifiers. Latitude and longitude, I just want to be clear, this represents the latitude and longitude of the activated cell tower, not the location of the device. And then the duration, if it's a voice call, it will have a value of 0 and up. If it's a text message, it will have a value of text.
Now, just I'm noting that it says calling number 2B00. What does that mean?
Yes, so those are the short SMS codes, similar to advertisements, notifications of some sort.
And so this, then there's a kind of purple pie in the middle of this. So for this transaction, January 7th at 9:59 a.m., what does the purple or pink pie shape there represent?
Yes, so throughout the diagrams that I generated, the activated cell site is represented by a sector or a piece of a circle. It identifies the location of the cell site. In this particular case, the location of the site is right underneath where the label 125 is, which is State Route 125. We also know, based on the records that we received, that this particular cell site faces north, and this sector is derived from a typical 3-tower orientation of or 3-sector orientation of a cell tower. So this represents a 120-degree sector.
So is the activation of this tower at this time consistent with the phone being at the location of the Millete house?
To include the Millete house, so area north of the cell tower. So generally parts of East Lake San Miguel Ranch neighborhood of East Chula Vista.
And again, you cannot say exactly where the phone was, correct?
Using historical records, primarily the call detail records, we cannot identify the exact location of the device.
But you can say that it's consistent with being in that neighborhood.
In that neighborhood, yes.
So looking at 22-8, does this exhibit reflect 2 telephone calls that were outgoing January 7th, 2021 at 1:16 and then another at 1:40 p.m.?
Yes, again, referencing to the table at the bottom of Courts Exhibit 22-8, 2 transactions generated at 1:16 p.m., an outgoing phone call, and 1:40 p.m., an outgoing phone call.
And using open source documents, did you, are you able to determine the source or those phone numbers?
Yes, those 2 phone numbers were associated to what appears to be like law firms.
So the second call at PM was to Broaden Law, the number associated with Broaden Law.
619-567-6845. Based on open source search, it's associated to Broaden Law, which is the kind of the excerpt on the left side of the diagram. And then 858-472-4022, which is the excerpt on the right side of the diagram, identifying as Collaborative Practice San Diego.
And then as we move through the slides for the afternoon, can you kind of just tell us generally, well, and again, the cell tower activation is the same as we saw on the last slide?
Yes,
So consistent with her being at the phone being at the residence?
San Miguel Ranch to include the residents.
And describe for us in your analysis, what was the movement of the cell phone that afternoon?
On January 7th, 2021?
Yes.
Yes, on January 7th, 2021, the phone number associated to the victim, in my review of the target numbers, cell site activities, was consistent to the phone being generally in the area of San Miguel Ranch in the East Chula Vista, and at some point, approximately mid-afternoon, 3 o'clock or so, it shifts away from East Chula Vista and then ultimately returns back to the area of San Miguel Ranch.
So looking at 22-9, can you tell us what we're looking at in this exhibit?
Yes, so 22-9, it's another transaction. It's at 3:22 p.m. So this particular event was not generated from a voice call or a text message, but it was generated from the TDOA data that I was referring to earlier. The only difference in this particular case, so we still have the timestamps, the phone associations still associated to the victim. On the, yeah, there you go. Now it has a estimated distance value. So based on this particular transaction, T-Mobile estimated that at 3:22 p.m. the device was 1.26 miles from the activated cell tower 8877-11. So it's consistent, still consistent being in the San Miguel Ranch neighborhood. Now it's also giving us the estimated distance of 1.26 miles, which is approximately where the blue circle identifier labeled A. The sector representations are fixed 1 mile for as represented.
And then in this exhibit, we also see a little blue with the location of a car wash on East Plaza Boulevard and Euclid.
Yes.
In National City.
Correct.
And did you create that identifier?
Yes, as part of the investigations, I was provided information of pertinent location circle, a blue circle with label B as a car wash in National City.
And looking at then 22-10, and at the top, just an indication of this time frame being from 4:07 to 4:10 p.m. and describe for us what you saw in terms of the cell phone activity.
Okay, so at 4:07 and at 4:10, two different measurements.
Let's note for the record now you're displaying 2210.
Yes, I'm sorry. 22-10 is the exhibit on the screen, and is that the same exhibit that's in the binder?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So yes, at 4:07 p.m. and 4:10 p.m. is displayed on 22-10. The phone number associated to the victim activates a cell site in National City. So just west of the blue circle letter B, the car wash, and it had recorded estimated distance of 0.24 miles and then 0.10 miles from the activated cell tower.
Looking at 22-11, is that exhibit up on the screen the same that's in the binder in front of you?
Yes, 22-11. So at 4:41:03 p.m. and 4:41:50 p.m., the phone number associated to the victim activates a cell site in East Chula Vista. The cell site is southeast of the Paseo Los Gatos address.
Looking at 22-12, is exhibit 22-12 on the screen, the same exhibit that you have in front of you?
Yes, 22-12. This cell site activation was generated from an incoming voice call at 5:48 p.m. from a 442-287-2502 phone number.
And I think that's already been identified as a phone number belonging to Alexandra McIntosh by investigator Grinley. And again, in terms of cell tower location in the victim's home, what are you able to determine, if anything?
Okay, so in this particular transaction, it indicates that the phone, when this voice call was generated, was consistent to be in the San Miguel Ranch neighborhood to include the Paseo Los Gatos address.
Were there any other recorded voice call successful connections after this particular transaction?
No, ma'am.
What happens with regard to the phone activity as we move into the early morning of January 8th?
So between the last phone call and to January 8th?
Correct.
Yes, so from the last phone call that we went over up to January 8th, there were location information that indicates that the phone remained in the area of San Miguel Ranch neighborhood of East Chula Vista.
And then just, I'm sorry, for the record, I'm just projected 22-13 up on the screen. Is that the same exhibit that's in front of you?
Yes, 2-13.
And what do we see in this exhibit 22-13?
Okay, so at 1:24 a.m., now moving to January 8th, so a new date per se, we observed that the phone associated to the victim activated a cell site similar to what we've been going over at 1:24 a.m. and 1:25 a.m. Both transactions in the 1 o'clock hour of January 28th estimated that the device was approximately 1.16 miles from the cell tower.
And so these are both TDOA sessions?
Yes, they were TDOA transactions.
Now, just to clarify once again, are those user generated?
No, ma'am.
And what can you tell us about any future or any activity at this point with regard to the victim's cell phone and any TDOA and data usage?
Yes, ma'am. So at the very beginning on page 1 of exhibit 22, I mentioned that I reviewed transactions all the way to April 2021. So about extending up to 3 months after this event. In my review of the phone associated to the victim at 1:25 a.m. on January 8th was the last transaction that included a location or location information for her device.
What does that mean?
Yes, so about the different types of records that I reviewed, passive events, data usage, and TDOA. We also talked about call detail records of voice and text activities. From my training and experience, when a device stops recording locations, such as TDOA and data usage, is an indicator that the phone terminated connection from the cellular network. When that happens, we can no longer identify the whereabouts of the device moving forward, or until that device reestablishes connection to the cellular network.
So in other words, if the phone was turned off, if the phone were turned back on, then you would see the phone connecting to the cellular network.
Yes, with the assumption that it remained active subscription.
And so is it fair to say then at 1:25 in the morning on January 8th, 2021, all TDOA
Yes.
Could you determine the phone's location at that time?
At 1:24 and 1:25 a.m.
Yes.
as depicted on course exhibit 22-13. The last known location for the device is in the San Miguel Ranch neighborhood of East Chula Vista, to include the 2413 Paseo Los Gatos address.
Is there any indication that at 1:25 the phone had moved at all from its previous TDOA?
Your Honor, so the two different transactions at 1:24 and 1:25 used the same cell site. It had the same characteristic of estimated distance. There were no indicators that the phone shifted in between the two transactions listed in 22-13.
I was asking about earlier. So, for instance, the location from 22-12 when the phone call was made. Is there any change in location?
So 22-12, which is at 5:48 p.m. The day before on January 7th, utilized the same cell site as the one following it. I cannot determine if there were change in location, but it activated the same cell site that is consistent with the phone being in San Miguel Ranch, East Chula Vista.
Is there any activity, any evidence of cellular connection of this phone to the network after January 8th, 2021 at 1:25 in the morning?
Just to clarify, cellular activity with location or any transaction?
Well, is there any transaction with location after January 7th, I'm sorry, January 8th, 1:25?
January 8th, after January 8th at 1:25, there were no location information that can be obtained for this target.
And 22-14 is up on the screen. And is that what is reflected in this particular exhibit?
Yes, 22-14 is a filler slide that I use in my diagram to indicate such.
Now, did you compare historical cell phone activity for a particular period related to this phone?
Yes, as it pertains to the victim's phone, I then obtained, because we did obtain it from the search warrants, or I evaluated the quote unquote normal usage for this device starting from December 2020 and compared it to the event that occurred on January 8th, 1:25, when the phone ultimately terminated cellular connections.
Did you create a diagram to illustrate your findings?
Yes, I created a histogram to visually depict my findings.
And can you, before I put it up on the screen, because there's a lot of information in it,
Yes.
can you kind of describe what it is that we will see in the histogram?
Yes, in the histogram, you will see essentially a count of transactions per day. So it's a graph. Starting from the left side is December 1st, 2020. So all the counts are aggregated per day. And within all these counts per day, you will see different colors, green, an orange, and a red. Each color represents a characteristic of that voice call. So calls that are outgoing or generated by the target, calls received by the targets or incoming voice calls. And then you will also identify some transactions that were forwarded to voicemail. So incoming, but forwarded to voicemail. So if the user chose not to pick up the phone, it will be forwarded to voicemail.
And then in your histogram, then, is there some distinction between January 7th and January 8th?
Yes, there's a huge distinction on the normal usage, reviewing again about 30 days prior to January 8th. January 8th, 2021, moving forward, all calls or all transactions that were recorded were incoming for and without location information.
And what does that mean?
It's again another piece of indicator that I used to identify that the phone was not connecting to the cellular network,
Which means what?
which indicates that either the phone is powered off, the phone is in perpetually in airplane mode, destructed. Essentially, there's no communication between the physical device of that user to the cellular network.
And showing you 22-15 up on the screen. Just kind of, again, you had indicated this is a histogram from December 1st, 2020 to January 31st, 2021.
Correct.
And then just to a little easier to read, each one of these bars that we see that go really from bottom to top with different colors, those represent a day.
Yes, so 12/1/2020, I'm referring to the first entry on the far left of the diagram. There's a stack bar with different variables, or I'm sorry, different characteristics of the voice call. The fourth one that I didn't explain earlier are bars that are reflected in all black,
And what are the bars that are reflected in all black?
meaning they were all forwarded to voicemail automatically.
Meaning there's no connection to the network.
Meaning that the incoming voice calls were automatically forwarded to voicemail as if the phone could not be reached by T-Mobile.
And so you had already said the green is outbound voice generated by so for example, let's look at December 23rd, 2020.
December 23rd. Yes, the one in the middle.
Yes, the tall one. So green would be what?
Green would be outbound voice calls, meaning the phone number generated those transactions.
Orange is what?
I can read it.
Okay, okay, perfect. We'll move along. And so 22-16 continues through April 22nd, 2021?
Yes, so as I mentioned, I reviewed up all the way to April 22nd, 2021.
Okay, and there's a little orange blip at the bottom of the screen. What does that represent?
Yes, so this is a particular transaction on my manual review of the data on February 19, 2021, there was a single transaction that was forwarded to voicemail, but it didn't have location information. So this is a matter of, I'm sorry, it wasn't forwarded to voicemail. The target number received a phone call, no cell site locations associated to it. So like an attempt to contact the target number, but was kind of declined before it was even forwarded to voicemail.
So did that change your findings at all that the phone is terminated TDOA and data usage after January 8th, 2021 at 1:25 in the morning?
No, ma'am.
And you're saying it's listed as an incoming call because whoever was making the call hung up before it could go to voicemail?
Yes, Your Honor. On my manual review of that specific transaction, it had a duration of 0 seconds and there's no cell sites associated to that event.
And all the other black bars are calls that did go to voicemail.
That the voicemail service was triggered. So like the introduction was triggered.
But they don't indicate that the phone was, for example, turned or connected to the net.
Correct.
And so if this phone number became active again, in other words, in March, the phone was turned on, would you then see different colors in your little chart as we move forward?
Yes, from training and experience. Let me backtrack a little bit for that response. In my review of the business records, as of April 22nd, 2021, the phone number associated to the victim was still classified as active, meaning it had an active subscription. If the device reinstates connection in March, there would be indicators that that device reconnects to the network. And with all the voicemails between March and January, there would be several notifications, such as voicemail notification in the period where there's multiple incoming voice calls that were forwarded to voicemail. It's like a push notification. It's like a dump of notification.
When you get off of airplane and you move your phone back to from airplane mode.
Similar to when you fly out of San Diego to New York, assuming that you turned off your phone or put it on airplane mode throughout the duration of the flight. Once you reestablish connection in New York, assuming people contact you, then you will have the notifications, voicemails, and such pushed to your device.
So there's no indication that the user of this phone turned on the phone, turned it off of airplane mode, or in any way activated the phone and reconnected to the network.
Starting from January 8th up to the end of my search, no.
And are you familiar with numbers being ported to another carrier?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So numbers being ported to another carrier, so you can keep your phone number, and if you choose to move to another provider, that phone number will then be assigned to that new cellular company.
And is there any indication that this number was ported to another carrier?
There were no indicators, again, as of April 2021, when investigator Grindley obtained this records, it was still listed as active under the Millete account.
And are you familiar with what an eco ATM is?
Yes.
And what is that?
So eco ATM is like a pawn service for cellular mobile devices. You can go to Ralph's and find those kiosks where individuals can sell mobile devices.
Is there any indication that the device associated with Millete's phone number was found, pawned, sold?
That was one of my first checks, is to identify if the device associated to the victim, which was utilized in January 7th, was at some point sold to one of these kiosks, and the return said no.
Is there any indication the phone had been out of the country since January 7th, 2021?
There were no indicators based on the characteristics of voice calls that I observed in my review.
Can we go back to how you made that determination that there was no proof that the device was sold?
I made contact with the Eco ATM. They have a law enforcement service. I have what we call the IMEI, or the unique identifier of the device that the victim's phone number was using on January 7th. So using this IMEI, concept of IMEI is similar to a vehicle's VIN number. It's unique to that specific device. Eco ATM, under normal procedures, check IMEI. And if this IMEI was sold into one of their kiosks, I can, in my inquiry, would give that hit.
And I think you had just answered the question about any indication in your analysis of the phone records, whether or not the phone had been out of the country since January 7th. And what was your answer?
The answer is no, given the findings of my review.
Now, did you also conduct analysis of a cell phone associated with the defendant, Larry Millete?
Yes, it's another T-Mobile phone number associated to the defendant in this case.
And did you create slides and a mapping analysis similar to the slides that we just went through for Millete?
Yes, I generated the same type of diagram, same methodology for this particular target number.
Okay. And for today's purposes for this hearing, we're going to review, and in your analysis, you looked at January 7th, 2021 to January 8th, 2021.
In this particular mapping period, yes.
So showing you 23-1 up on the screen. This is sort of your title page of your mapping analysis.
Yes, 23-1 is the cover page of my report.
And again, similar to what we saw before, you mapped the cell tower and phone activity for Larry Millete's phone on January 7th, 2021?
Yes, so 23-2 is a summary map that covers 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. So we don't have to itemize every single transaction. There were 150 data points for this particular period. And similarly, based on the TDOA characteristics and cell site activities, the phone was consistent to be in the San Miguel Ranch neighborhood, East Chula Vista.
From what time period?
12 a.m. to 12 p.m. as depicted on the top left or the top header of 23-2.
And then looking at 23-3, what time frame does this summary map cover?
Okay, so this depicts moving to the next day, January 8th, 2020 at 12 a.m. to 6:35 a.m. on January 8th, 2020.
And what were you able to determine in terms of summary of the location of that cell phone during that time frame?
So overall, the TDOA transactions indicate that the phone was in the San Miguel Ranch neighborhood, East Chula Vista, within that 6.5-hour period on January 8th, 2020.
And then looking ahead at 23-4, which is currently up on the screen, is that, can you tell us what we're looking at in this particular map?
Yes, so just to clarify again, Courts Exhibit 23 is an excerpt of my entire diagram. This specifically on 23-4 reflects a phone activity that was generated from the defendant's device on January 8th, 2021 at 6:33 a.m., activating the same similarly observed cell tower in East Chula Vista facing north towards the San Miguel Ranch neighborhood.
And so this was an outgoing phone call associated with Kathy Fredericks.
Yes, Kathy Fredericks being information that I received from the detectives.
And that cell tower was, what did it indicate to you in terms of location of the defendant's phone?
This 6:33 call?
Yes.
Yes, this indicates to me that the phone was in the San Miguel Ranch neighborhood of East Chula Vista, which is corroborated by other TDOA transactions around this time as well.
After that phone call, what were your observations regarding the cell phone activity of the defendant's phone?
So after this phone call, minutes later, on or about 6:35, again, referring to the passive events that I mentioned earlier, all passive events terminated all the way to approximately 6:33 p.m. on the same day. So an absence of about 12 hours approximately.
And 23-5 is a slide that's up on the screen. Is that a slide that you created to reflect what you described?
Yes, 23-5, again, it's a filler slide of my findings that indicates that between 6:35 a.m. on January 8th, 2020 to 6:33 p.m. on the same day, January 8th, 2020, there were no transactions with cell site locations for the defendant's phone, and the whereabouts of the device could not be determined.
And is that actually January 8th, 2021?
I'm sorry, yes, January 8th, 2021.
And so what does that tell us about the phone, the device, January 8th, 2021 from 6:35 a.m. to 6:33 p.m.?
Yes, so referring specifically to the cell site activities, it terminates, and it has the same characteristics that I defined earlier when we were going over the victim's phone. So within this 12-hour period, it's indicative that the defendant's phone was not connecting to cellular network. However, within the hour period, there were other recorded transactions that didn't necessarily generate locations, but incoming voice calls and such.
We're going to recess now for lunch. All right, we're going to recess. We'll resume at 1:30, sir. We're back at that.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, 23-6. It's right in front of me.
Similar, or is it the same?
It's
Okay. And if you need to use the pointer, that's fine, but can you just tell us what we're looking at in this exhibit?
Yes, so what we're looking at in this exhibit is another histogram that counts the number of the passive data usage transactions that we were talking about earlier this morning. However, this only runs from January 7th, 2021 to January 8th, 2021. So about 30 hours prior to the observed gap. So on the far left of the diagram is January 7th, 2021, 0 hour, which is 12 a.m. on January 7th. And each, and the yellow item on the diagram shows the counts per hour.
And these are passive transactions, so not user generated.
Correct.
And what was the purpose of you creating this?
So the purpose of creating this exhibit, so this exhibit shows that there were passive activities in which the phone associated to the defendant was communicating with the cellular network. So I treat it as like a pulse per se, where there's events that are generated by the target number, and the cellular network was detecting it.
And this essentially 12-hour gap in time, what can you attribute this 12-hour gap in time to?
So as I mentioned earlier, in the morning between approximately 6:35 to 6:34, there were absence of these passive data events, as represented by the gray rectangular element on the diagram. So this is indicative, similar to what I mentioned earlier, that the phone was not connecting to the cellular network. The exact causation of it is not recorded in the records that I reviewed, but typically from training and experience, it indicates that that the device has been either turned off, damaged, or airplane mode, or any other scenarios that essentially incapacitates the device from connecting to the cellular network.
At what time does the phone come back on the network?
Yes, so it reestablishes connection on or about 6:34 p.m. on January 8th, 2021.
At some point, did you review the call detail records for a historical reference of, in order to determine if there were historical gaps in cellular activity or transactions similar to?
Yes, so for this particular case, as I mentioned earlier this morning, investigator Gridley was able to obtain additional cell phone records for the target, for the defendant's phone. And I was able to identify 7 other instances in which the device had gaps of over 1 hour.
And any gaps of time that were close to 12 hours or in excess of 12 hours?
Yes, there were what's currently displayed on the screen, 23-7. There was one incident on January 1st, 2021, where a gap of 19 hours was observed.
Okay, and I think we've had testimony that the defendant was in Glamis at that time. Would that have any effect on the cellular activity or these calculations?
Yes, Glamis, referring to Glamis, California, and I believe that's in Carroll County, where cellular coverage can be spotty.
And so can you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, so
why would you see a gap? Why would you see a total calculated gap of 19 hours?
So similarly, either the phone was turned off or it's outside coverage area.
Other than January 1st, 2021 and January 2nd, 2021, the other gaps of time were, the longest one would have been 3 hours and 40 minutes?
Yes, in September 27th and October 12th, both in 2020.
Okay, so fair to say in your examination of the historical usage of this phone, it was uncommon to see a 12-hour gap in connection to the cellular network.
I mean, I was able to review about 3 months worth of historical data for this target number. And out of those 3 months, there were 7 instances. And 2 of those 7 can be attributed to the Glamis trip.
And were any of them close to 12 hours of the remaining?
No.
Did you look at the records to determine what kind of phone activity occurred on the device or attempts to connect with the device occurred on January the 8th?
Attempts to contact the phone number. Yes.
Yes. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. So the records that we receive from cell phone companies, we don't just use it for the purpose of locations. We also can identify transactions that are recorded that don't necessarily have location information, but could be of evidentiary value in the criminal investigation. Specifically on January 8th, 2021, in that 12-hour period, the target number received multiple incoming voice calls consistent with attempts to contact that target number.
And 23-8 is an exhibit up on the screen. Is this an exhibit that is reflective of what you've just testified to?
Yes, so 23-8 is another filler slide that I used in my diagram to indicate those findings.
So that during this 12-hour gap of time, there were multiple incoming voice and SMS, and you indicate recorded during the hiatus, meaning the 12-hour gap.
The 12-hour gap, yes, ma'am.
And what, with those incoming voice calls, what happened?
So those incoming voice calls, also happened was different associate phone numbers or associates attempted to contact the target number. Similarly to what we observed in the victim's phone, those voice calls were then automatically forwarded to voicemail, and they did not have cell site information.
And there were also SMS messages recorded during that 12-hour.
Yes, there were SMS messages. And some of them are consistent to virtual voicemail notification texts.
Explain what you mean.
Yes, so if a call gets forwarded to voicemail, typically you would get a notification that, hey, you have a voicemail, so check your voicemail.
And was there any outgoing voice or SMS recorded during that time period?
There were none.
Did you create exhibits, and I'm specifically now referring to 23-9, 23-10, and 23-11 to reflect the incoming voice and SMS transactions that you were able to observe?
Yes, so 23-9 to 23-11 is a table that lists the incoming voice calls that I mentioned, or that I was referring to.
And I'm not going to project these up on the screen because some of the phone numbers are indicated in the exhibit, but can you explain to us what we see in 23-9? On the left column, it looks like Larry M is in red, indicating this is the defendant's phone.
Yes.
And then there's a date and a time column, obviously the direction. And tell us a little bit about what we see. This would be a time period in this slide from 8:14 a.m. until 11:36 a.m.
Yes, so 23-9, if you recall the table that was attached to the diagrams at the bottom of the screen in the earlier presentation, it's the same concept, same elements. However, it just outlines the transaction dates, times, and the phone numbers that attempted to contact the target number.
So at 8:14 a.m., there's an incoming call from a number associated with Terry Fonville.
Yes.
And that was forwarded to voicemail.
That had indicator that it was forwarded to voicemail.
Then there's a phone call at 8:27 a.m., an incoming call from Ricky Lincoln.
Correct.
Later in the morning at 11:01 and 11:26 a.m., 2 incoming calls from Judith Millete.
Correct.
Looking at 23-10, it is a continuation of your what you observed in terms of incoming calls, texts, or attempts to text the defendant's phone during this time period?
Yes, 23-10 are additional voice calls attempting to contact the target number.
So 11:37 a.m. until 1:39 p.m. is what this chart reflects.
23-10, yes.
So 11:37 a.m., for example, was an incoming call from Kathy Fredericks.
Yes, yes,
At 11:39, 12:25, 12:42, those were all incoming calls from Kathy Fredericks.
correct.
And then 11:39 a.m., incoming call from Benito Millete.
11:39 a.m., yes.
And these were all forwarded to voicemail.
They had indicators of being forwarded to voicemail, yes.
And then there's a couple of incoming, it looks like, phone calls and then a text from a number associated with JP Tawalanza around 12:43 to 12:53.
Around the afternoon, yes.
Looking at 23-11, this exhibit indicates the time period from 2:20 p.m. until 5:58 p.m.
Yes, 23-11 is a continuation of the transactions, again, attempting to contact the target number within the gap.
And we see several calls from a number associated with JP Tawalanza.
Correct.
Then looking at Courts Exhibit 20-12, what is it that we now see in this exhibit, which is projected up on the screen?
Yes, so 23-12 is another summation of all cell site activities for the target number for the period of January 8th, 2021 from 6:35 p.m. when the phone reestablished connection to 12 a.m. the following day, January 9th, 2021.
Okay, and what does the cell sites and your observations of these records indicate the location of that device essentially from 6:35 p.m. until midnight?
Yes, it's consistent with the phone being in the San Miguel Ranch neighborhood, East Chula Vista.
In your review of these records, did you also kind of compare and look at call patterns between the defendant and Maya's phones, between the two?
So I have two phone numbers for those individuals. I was able to extract call activities between the two parties.
And are those reflected in 23-13?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell us what those diagrams or charts represent?
Yes, so 23-13 are two excerpts from a larger infographic that I generated. The first one, which is on the left, shows a count of transactions between the phone numbers associated to the victim and the phone number associated to the defendant. So essentially, this is displaying that between January 2020, which covers on the second search warrant that investigator Grindley acquired, all the way to April 2021, I was able to identify 1,970 voice calls and text messages between the two parties. So between the two parties does not distinguish who originated what, of which 1,418 of them were voice calls.
And then the second chart that you created is what?
The second chart that
In this exhibit, I
And-
should say.
in this exhibit, just a summation of the originator, 78% of the approximately 1,970 voice and text were originated by the phone associated to the defendant.
And then did you look at or also kind of create a chart or diagram of a sort to indicate call patterns after January 8th, 2021?
Between the two targets, yes.
looking at 23-14, which is up on the screen, is this a demonstrative that you created?
It's an excerpt of a larger infographic that I generated. Essentially shows counts. So looking at the events after January 8th, or from January 8th, 2021, moving forward up to April 2021, there were 0 voice calls between the two phone numbers, but there were 44 text messages recorded between the two target numbers.
When you say between the two, could you tell which device they were generated from?
Yes, on the notation on the bottom, all 44 text messages during this period were originated by the phone associated to the defendant.
And you had indicated again that the phone for Maya terminated January 8th, 2021 at 1:25 in the morning.
As previously stated, yes.
And there were no attempts from the defendant's phone to call Maya's phone
That's correct.
or telephone voice call.
Using the T-Mobile service, yes, Your Honor, there were 0 voice calls.
Did you also look at the phone records from November and December of 2020 for both, well, let's start with Millete, to determine whether or not there was any phone activity consistent with being in Anza Borrego?
So Anza Borrego is a pertinent location that was provided to me by the investigators. Yes, I did check for cell site locations, events in or around Anza Borrego.
And did you find any cell towers indicative of being in or around Anza Borrego in November or December of 2020?
By whom?
By Millete's phone?
Yes, so the phone associated to the victim recorded cell site activities in or around Anza Borrego in East County, San Diego, on 2 occasions.
When?
December 12th, 2020, and can I refer to my notes just so I can give it?
Yes, you have those in front of you.
I do.
Is that your report?
No, it's a note that I have.
Go ahead if that would refresh your memory.
Yes, December 26th, 2020.
Did you look for the same, so any cell tower activity consistent with being in Anza Borrego Springs for the defendant's phone?
For the defendant's phone, I did check as well.
And that was during November. What did you find?
There was one instance where the phone associated to the defendant recorded activities in Anza Borrego or the area of Anza Borrego, and that was on December 26th.
That was the only time.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No other questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Villaver.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Aside from the victim's telephone and Mr. Millete's telephone, did you have an occasion to also analyze their children's telephone activities?
In a limited scope.
Can you tell us about that?
The phones associated to the children were evaluated.
First of all, which dates did you evaluate? Let's say Lara Mae Millete's telephone.
Okay, so I do recall a search that I did in later January, in which the phone associated to Lara Mae showed activities outside San Diego.
Did it show any activities on January 7, 2021?
Yes. In my recollection, it had very limited location information, and they were all consistent with being in San Miguel Ranch neighborhood, East Chula Vista.
And were
answering questions because you need to look at the reports or you didn't do an analysis?
I didn't do a full analysis to minimize the type of transactions January 7th or January 8th for numbers associated to the children.
I was asking regarding their daughter, the Milete's child, Lara May.
Mhm.
Do you recall whether you, in your analysis, were their voice calls?
I don't recall again the type of transaction, whether they're voice calls, text messages, or data usage. But in my recollection, all the location information acquired or captured by those two numbers were consistent with being in San Miguel Ranch neighborhood, East Chula Vista. But I can't itemize what triggered those.
I see. Would you be able to determine how many voice calls were made by the victim on January 7, 2021?
Counsel, he has, I believe, testified to that extensively. Did we get that during his direct or calls on January 7th?
How many calls? I don't think I asked him how many calls she made, but I don't know why that's relevant, but
You can answer.
An exact count? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Not that's readily available to me right now.
I understand that Miss Millete used her telephone on Facebook and discussed.
And she was having discussions with her friends that day. Were you also able to detect that?
Voice calls originated from Facebook.
Yes.
Okay, so voice calls.
well, I'm gonna object that misstates the testimony. I don't think we have any testimony that there were voice calls originating from Facebook.
I'd like to hear his answer. I think it's kind of cleared up too. You can answer.
Yes, Your Honor. So, Facebook voice messenger service and similar, what we call voice over IP type services, are applications that enable voice calls, are not recorded specifically in the call detail records. For a voice call to be recorded in the call detail records, in this particular case, T-Mobile, it has to employ the voice service of the T-Mobile subscription.
Was that included if in fact Miss Millete was talking in her phone via Facebook? Would that be
At Facebook related voice calls or
Yes.
similar devices or similar services, those services use
January.
using the records that I reviewed. No, ma'am.
Mr. Millete was in SMS. Miss Millete.
In my recollection from the materials that's available to me right now, there were events or text messages beginning January 9th, 2021, from the phone associated to the defendant to the phone associated to the victim.
And that, I believe that started on, it started at 8:56 a.m. in the morning,
Which day?
where Mr. Millete started his SMS messages. to Ms. Millete.
Wait, which day are you talking
To-
about? You're talking
I'm sorry, January 9th, 2023.
I mean,
what? 21, right? Yes, you guys.
yes. So using 23-14, based on the record, the first transaction was at 10:56 a.m.
Yes. And it ended at 10.
On the 9th.
If you have, it's D1, it's D01427. If you have it.
Your Honor, I think she. Can I see if it's what you're referring to? No, okay. Your Honor, I'm gonna object. She's.
Is it fair to say that the report that was produced by Mr. Brindley was something that you would not review?
In terms of the text messages,
Yes.
I mean, Mr. Gunley and I are in the same team for this particular investigation, so we have exchanged thoughts and information throughout the course of our roles here. Mr. Grindley conducted technical reviews of my products, so he is aware of my report.
When you examined Mr. Millete's SMS text messages on January the 9th, 2021 until March 30, 2021, would you be able to give us a count on that? The number of the text messages?
Objection lacks foundation. I don't think there's been testimony that he analyzed the content of the text messages.
Is that so? I know there's the two groups of text messages, and one's shorter and the other one is longer. It starts around, one of them actually starts in January 2020 and then goes until April 2021. That was one of the batches.
Yes, Your Honor. So in terms of search warrant results.
And did you look at the materials from the January 2020 through April 2020?
For the purpose of call patterns analyses and locations analyses for select events.
All right, so you be able to answer the question.
If you could
So overall.
ask me again.
Okay. Based on your examination of these records, were you able to determine how many SMS messages was generated by Mr. Millete to the victim?
To the victim.
Yes, from January 7, 2021 until April 30, 2021.
Okay, so what's readily available to me are statistics or counts from January 8th. Unfortunately, I don't have the actual counts for this January 7th, but from January 8th, 2021,
That would be fine.
all the way to the end of April.
Let him answer.
April 30, 2021, which is the end of Investigator Grinley's search warrant, there were 44.
If Mr. Millete was using his daughter's cell phone to text the victim, would that show up in your analysis?
Originating from one of the children's phone numbers.
Right.
Objection.
That's not an evidence.
And vague and compound and lacks foundation. And yes, that's not an evidence.
You can rephrase, and just
Okay.
ask if someone used the daughter's phone, would that show up? The daughter
You,
called.
you have stated earlier that you analyzed also Lara May's telephone calls to her mother, right?
Said I analyzed the records associated to Lara May on a limited scope, like specifically an event that I talked about earlier on end of January.
So if Mr. Millete was using Lara May's cell phone to text Miss Millete from January the 8th to April 30, 2021, would you be able to determine that it was Mr. Millete versus Lara May using the telephone?
So, two-part answer. Can I determine if I can identify transactions between phone associated to Lara May and to the phone associated to the victim? Yes, based on phone numbers. The second part, could I determine the actual user of the device? Answer is no.
Did you also run a study if the other daughter, Melanie Millete, texts her mother on January the 8th, 2021 until April 30, 2021?
I did not run a study.
Mr. and Mrs. Millete has another daughter. Her name is Melanie Millete. Were you able also to analyze cell phone activities for that daughter between that narrow period, January the 8th, 2021 until April 30, 2021?
I did not do a specific query between those two target numbers. So no.
Is there a specific criteria that you must follow when you are trying to analyze the location of a particular cell phone?
Historically, for historical location purposes,
Right.
yes.
Could you tell us what that criteria is?
Yes. So the process, the methodology employed in this particular case reviews all the transactions for the target number. And we do evaluate the transactions in a kind of automated process. So when the transaction has to have location information. And we also evaluate the attributes for those location information if they are usable.
Do you follow the same criteria in all cases?
Yes.
Would that be standard in the community, in your type of profession?
The processing and the methodology of the records, yes.
Is there a determination in your field whether in fact the testing and the criteria are what percentage of accuracy would you say this type of testing would produce?
Objection vague.
sustained, and you also acknowledge the people offered him as an expert witness in cell phone technology, and you did not object to that motion. So he's already been recognized as an expert by the court.
Let me just ask one question regarding that, Your Honor. What is the error rate of your studies regarding the cell phones?
I mean, there's no quantification. We don't quantify it. We analyze, we review the transactions item by item and create an aggregated depiction of the cell site activities. The precision of the location of the device historically that is used in my community, as you mentioned, is at the neighborhood level. We cannot identify the exact location of the device.
In your demonstrative graphs that you presented to us this afternoon, are you able to determine the proximity of that particular cell phone? And in this case, it would be Mr. Millete's residence away from the nearest cell power. The closest you would be able to determine as far as distance.
Yes, so the distance component that I mentioned earlier is part of the records that I reviewed. It's not something I interpolated. So I conducted the analyses either line by line or as an aggregated period. And then I can identify at a specific period the cell sites used by the target number, and then the average distances in all those transactions. And it was determined to be consistent with the phone being in San Miguel Ranch, East Chula Vista, to include the Paseo Los Gatos address.
Would you be able to give us a mile radius of how close or how far that cell phone would be in order to really precisely locate that cell phone within that area of San Miguel Ranch?
I mean, specifically on January 7th and January 8th samples, most of the transactions originated from cell site 88777 and cell site 1858832. There were several, close to, I'd say more than 100 samples between those period, and the estimated distance ranged from 1.16 miles to 1.25 mile, which from the cell tower, which extends from cell tower to the 2413 Paseo Los Gatos immediate vicinity.
If that cell phone remains where it terminated and no one had found it, and given the technology of its location, would they be successful? Would it enhance the ability?
Can you repeat the question on the first part?
Okay. Given that the accuracy of this technology narrowed down to the area where the cell phone is located, would that enhance the ability of a person to find that cell phone?
The victim's device was not located. The defendant's device was located. It wouldn't affect my findings, the precision of my findings, that the both devices were in the area of San Miguel Ranch around January 7th and January 8th, specifically around the times when both terminated at some point.
So that's particular cell phone on that day, even though it's say dead, if the subscription is still on, would you still be able to track it?
I think your question's vague.
On that particular day, if Miss Millete's cell phone say it's dead because ran out of battery, would you still be able to do the same analysis and locate that cell phone?
If the victim's phone ran out of battery, I would not be able to, given my knowledge of the technology around that time, January 2021 to be specific.
In this area of cell phone activities, has there been any development wherein the cell phone and the carrier, personal person carrying the cell phone, is there any hint whatsoever in your technology whether in fact the person is carrying the cell phone?
Right. It's somewhat of a compound question and it's
Oh,
vague,
okay,
but I
yeah.
also believe that it's discovery related and therefore
Has there been any technology to determine whether the cell phone is connected to a person or not?
Objection beyond scope, vague, relevant.
sustained. What's discovery related?
On or about December 25th, 2020, the target phone and number was activated in Ansa Borrego. I'm sorry, strike that. On or about December 25th, 2020, approximately between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m., the victim's phone number activated cell sites in Orange County. Would it be, if the cell phone is in Orange County, is that going to be connected to another tower in Orange County?
Short answer is yes, it would connect to a cell tower or servicing cell sites in Orange County if the device was in Orange County.
Okay. And when this same cell phone is now returned in Paseo Los Gatos, it would then be reconnected to the cell tower in San Miguel Ranch.
It would connect to a cell site that can cover San Miguel Ranch. Yes.
That would be the same if the person was carrying a cell phone and went to Glamis.
I'll ask and answer.
Okay. I believe that you stated earlier that you conducted a more comprehensive search of the cell site activities by the victim's phone between January 7 to January 8, 2021. Did you discover
much more definitive results after you commence your comprehensive study?
I mean, I think you're referring to a follow-up that I did for this particular case. The answer is yes.
Was there anything that you discovered that's more helpful during the second comprehensive search of the cell site, or was it the same result?
Objection vague.
Overruled, you understand?
Yes. So, as a follow-up on my initial study for, to follow up in from the evaluation of the victim's phone, I conducted a study in which I acquired larger data set, and ultimately it just supports the theory based on the victim's cell phone activity on January 7th and January 8th, and defendant's cell phone activity on January 7th and January 8th, both 2021, are consistent with their devices were in the San Miguel Ranch neighborhood. So it just confirmed the initial findings.
Did that narrow down the location of the cell phone in somewhere in San Miguel Ranch, or did it stay about the same distance from the cell tower?
It confirmed that the cell sites observed on January 7th and January 8th do in fact cover San Miguel Ranch neighborhood, to include the immediate vicinity of 2413, Paseo Los Gatos in East Chula Vista.
Would there be any technology based on your knowledge and experience to definitely pinpoint whether this cell phone, victim's cell phone, was inside her house in Paseo Los Gatos?
In a historical capacity, no.
Excuse me?
In a historical capacity,
Yes.
no.
In any other capacity?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So law enforcement can employ active location of the device through what we call pinging. And this provides an active measurement or an active signal sent to a device where we can definitively identify a much more precise location of a target, to include a shorter kind of meter range per se, and not just a neighborhood level. But it has to be actively done.
I see.
And by actively done, what do you mean?
Meaning the cell phone company will send a signal to the device and actively ping that phone. So it has to be present and not historical.
When you say historic, are you referring to habit or usage?
No, historical meaning transactions that were recorded previously.
How much transactions would you have to look at before you could determine that?
I mean, I said I can't do it using historical records. It has to be actively done right now.
Oh, I see. Your Honor, that's all I have.
You testified about the phone, the victim's phone, Millete's phone, terminating at 1:25 in the morning on January the 8th. And that one of the possibilities was that the battery died. Is that fair to say?
Yes, the hardware itself was incapacitated. So
if that phone was then charged in the morning, you would see cell phone activity. You would have some generated transaction in the records that you reviewed.
If it restores power and it restores connection, yes, I would have transactions generated
And you never saw that in your records.
up to the end of my search in April 30, 2021.
And then just want to clarify, there was a question about the pinging of a cell phone.
Great.
And I think when you said in historical capacity, meaning going back in time, you can't ping a phone retroactively. In other words, you can only ping the phone in a real-time basis.
Yes, so
Fair to say.
real time would be a better explanation to it. It has to be actively done real time.
And doesn't the phone also have to be on
Has to be
and connected to the network?
correct.
So if it were destroyed, turned off, or in airplane mode, there would be no way to ping the phone and locate the actual cell phone.
If the device
Using this process of pinging.
if the device was not connected to a cellular network, pinging will not even be an option either.
Thank you. No other questions.
Recross?
Can you tell us what, in your technology or profession, can you tell us what it means, ping?
Ask and answer.
Okay. That's all. I think.
Like, would this be excused?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
Your Honor.
you very much. That concludes your testimony. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call District Attorney Investigator James Rhodes.
This is your last witness.
Yes. You solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the testimony provided in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Can you please state your full name and last name for the record?
Yeah, James Rhodes. Spelling is Rhoades.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Thank you. Investigator Rhodes, where do you work?
I currently work for the District Attorney's Office as an investigator for the County of San Diego, and I've been employed since 2019. Previous to that, I worked 11 years for the San Diego Police Department.
What did you do for the San Diego Police Department?
I worked patrol, and then additionally, I worked in domestic violence investigations, child abuse investigations, and homicide investigations.
What's your with the District Attorney's Office?
I'm currently assigned to the Family Protection Unit, and previously I was assigned to the South Bay Unit.
Just, you can kind of briefly describe what you do as a District Attorney investigator.
Yeah, it's a wide range of tasks, all pretrial investigations, essentially thinking of what a detective would do once the case is provided.
Now, did you begin assisting with the investigation, assisting Chula Vista Police Department essentially in an investigation involving May Millete in 2021?
Yes, at the beginning of April 2021.
And are you now the primary investigator assigned to this case?
That'd be correct.
During the course of April 2021 to present time, what can you describe, for example, your role in the case, some of the things that you've been involved in terms of the investigation?
I reviewed thousands of pages of documents. I've also written between 25 and 30 search warrants related just to this case.
Have you analyzed forensic downloads, for example, of computers, cell phones, and other digital evidence?
Correct, all the above.
Identified and interviewed witnesses?
Correct.
Did you speak with someone by the name of Jane Fedolvero?
Yes, on January 10th, 2022.
And who is Jane Fedolvero?
That would be May's sister.
And
Did you give us the spelling on that earlier?
yes, but it is Fetalvero. May I proceed?
Yes.
And in speaking with Ms. Fedolvero, did she indicate whether or not she had been in touch with her sister, in communication with her sister the week of January 4th?
Yes, the last communication was on January 7th. It was a Facebook Messenger which had been received at approximately 8:15 p.m.
And did Ms. Fedalvero provide a copy of this screenshot of this last communication to law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you have the exhibit finder in front of you? And if you could turn to exhibit 33. And do you know whether or not this communication, what method of communication did it come from? Text, email, or some other?
This would be a Facebook Messenger.
And looking at, of course, exhibit 33, projecting that up on the screen, do you recognize that exhibit up on the screen?
Yes, and it's the same in the book.
Right? And what did Ms. Fedalvero describe for you was the substance of this communication?
The image that's highlighted in the red box is the last communication from May Millete on January 7th at 8:15 p.m. And it's a picture of a trailer they had previously been discussing going in together on purchasing one.
And this trailer, what's the purpose of this trailer?
For their camping trips in an outdoor trailer.
And did you, in the course of your investigation in this case, speak with Detective Sarah MacGyver from the Chula Vista Police Department regarding search warrants that she had obtained for a Facebook account associated with May Millete?
Yes, I did.
And additionally for a Instagram account associated with May Millete.
That'd be correct.
And would that be what you've been sitting here in court? Would that be what we would consider the Instagram one account?
Yes,
The primary Instagram account.
correct. The primary account.
And in reviewing those records, did you determine what was the last communication from May Millete on either Instagram or Facebook?
Yeah. Is
And having sat here in court, there's been several kind of documents, Facebook records that we've seen here in open court. There was some Facebook records shown to May's sister, Mari Chris. That was exhibit number 3. Some Facebook exchanges with the siblings about Big Bear, exhibit 5. Some posts testified to by Christine Timmers, exhibit number 7, and then some with Blaine Hinkley, which was exhibit 12. Did all of those exhibits come from the Facebook records that were obtained via search warrant?
yes, the Facebook images which have been shown throughout everyone's testimony have come from the Facebook search warrant done by Detective MacGyver.
Now, did you also review and or analyze the HP laptop associated to May Millete and identified as her work laptop?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, before we move on from 33, that's where's it from again? Court's 33.
That would be Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
And that was identified by Jane Fedalvero as being the last message that she received on Facebook Messenger.
Correct. And the name listed underneath is the nickname for May.
I'm sorry. So when the response the following day, or it looks like, is Tammy, where are you? Why can't everyone find you? Can you tell me where you are, please?
Yes, that's what I was referring to. That's the nickname for May.
And that date, again, the red line.
I believe that's January 9th.
I'm
You
sorry.
need the time.
Oh, I believe it's 7:15 p.m.
witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory to take a look at the exhibit without a red line through it?
Yes, it would.
Let me go ahead and show you a copy of the same exhibit. Can you tell us what the date and time is of that post to May where Jane is referring to her as Tammy?
Yes, that would be January 9th at 7:15 p.m.
Did Jane indicate whether or not she had ever heard back from her sister or had any other communication from her sister after January 7th at 8:15 p.m.?
No, this is the last outgoing communication.
Now, going back to the HP laptop identified as May's work laptop, you indicated that you did review that computer forensic download.
That's correct.
And did you determine whether or not there was any activity on May's work computer on January 8th, 2021?
There is no activity documented on January 8th or afterwards. There is activity documented on January 7th, but on January 8th forward, there's nothing.
What's the last activity, if you recall, on January 7th?
I believe it would be a systems operation at around 4 p.m. on January 7th.
And did you also have an opportunity to look at records of May's computer activity provided to the investigation by NCIS?
Yes.
And did you review those to determine if there was any evidence that May Millete worked on or after January 8th, 2021?
There is no evidence of May Millete working January 8th or afterwards from the NCIS records.
During your work on this case, did you also speak with someone by the name of Heather Tootle?
Yes, I did.
And who is Heather Tootle?
She would be a neighbor to the southeast of 2413 Paseo Los Gatos.
And where did you meet with Miss Tootle?
At her residence.
And go ahead.
Would you like the address?
Yes.
I believe it's 2385 Plaza Eva.
And in speaking to Ms. Tootle, did she discuss with you about some a surveillance recording that she provided to the Chula Vista Police Department?
Yes, we discussed the video surveillance recordings that she had previously provided to Chula Vista.
And you could perhaps turn in the binder to Courts Exhibit 28, specifically 28-1, and tell us if you recognize this Google Map image on the screen.
Yes, I do. It's an overview of the neighborhood and is the same as in the booklet that's perched on the screen.
Tell us what we're looking at in this exhibit.
So 2413 Paseo Los Gatos is in, you can see in white. It's a little smaller, so it might be cool, but there's an arrow pointing to the residence. And then the red box with 2385 Plaza Eva is the Tootle residence.
And did you talk or review with Ms. Tootle, discuss with her a video that she provided to the police department that recorded the sound of children playing?
Yes, I did.
And what did Ms. Tootle tell you?
She stated that she recognized the children as the Millete children from previous occasions, and also that there are no other small children around that size in the neighborhood. And it really struck her the time of day that they were out playing, with it being so late and that being unusual.
Do you recall what time it was that she heard the sound of the children playing?
I believe it was after 10 p.m.
What was so significant to her about that timing? Or
There were a couple things. One is just the time. It was a school night, so they were supposed to should have been attending school the following day, whether in person or by computer. But it was a school night, and then also because it was cold outside.
How did she know it was a school?
A weekday.
It was a weekday. She didn't know for sure. For instance, did she have children who were in the school district at that time?
I believe she does have children, and that is actually how she knew the Milletes from some interactions related to children.
And again, that video was, the sound of the children playing was January 7th, Thursday, January 7th, 2021.
Correct.
And was there any other information that she provided about any sounds that she had heard from that residence?
So we talked about the video surveillance system that she had. And at the time, they were actually transitioning to some newer ones. So they had 2 cameras at the time that did capture audio. The rest of them did not, but they were in the process of installing some newer ones that did. And so we went over the location of the cameras that did capture the audio.
Did you take photographs of the locations of the video cameras?
Yes, I did.
Showing you 28-2. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, that would be their backyard.
And you see any cameras that are depicted in this particular photograph?
Yes, there's one camera that is right in the middle of where the beige part of the house meets the pergola or the awning right there, right in the middle of the screen there. That one becomes relevant later. And then there's 2 other cameras which are going to be in the bar area on the top right of the past the pool. One's facing to the north, and one is facing to the southeast, which you're not able to see clearly in this picture.
So this is the backyard of the Tootle residence?
Correct. And this is a view facing southward. So this would be away from Paseo, from 2413 Paseo Los Gatos towards Calle La Quinta.
And then 28-3, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is also the same image as in the book. This would be if we had walked to that south portion, and now we're looking west. There is a camera on the top left portion there. That one is facing towards Calle La Quinta, and the balcony that you can see on the right side is 2413 Paseo Los Gatos.
And is there a laser pointer still up there?
I see him.
Looking at 28-4, can you tell us what's in that photograph?
Yes, and it's the same image as in the book. That would be the camera that's facing northwards or northwestwards towards the backyard of 2413 Paseo Los Gatos.
Now, did Miss Tootle say that she had heard the sound of any noises coming from that residence on any prior occasions?
Yes, and I'm just going to back up 1 second. Just to be clear, this is the camera that captured the noise of the children playing.
This, the video camera that we see in 28-4.
Correct. And to answer your question, yes, she previously had heard arguing, a male and female voices, and this is prior to January 8th, 2021, as well as the sound of someone playing the guitar.
Did she hear those sounds after January 7th, 2021?
She had not.
Did you have any knowledge of Millete playing guitar?
Yes, I did.
That was something that she did, that was a hobby of hers?
In reviewing multiple of her social media records and witness statements from friends, it was one of her main hobbies, and there were a lot of videos that she had taken of herself playing the guitar.
Did Ms. Tootle provide you with some additional surveillance footage on that particular day when you met with her? And I believe that was May 25th, 2022.
Yes, she did. She said there was another incident, and I believe it was May 19th, 2021.
And what was it that she told you?
She stated that she was at home. It was approximately 8 p.m. at night, and she felt her windows rattling. So she proceeded to go out into her backyard, and she could see a large fire in the backyard of 2413 Paseo Los Gatos with a single male standing by a large fire pit, and that she believed it was Larry Millete. And she described the fire as being something to burn stuff, not in a recreational sense.
She provided you with a copy of that video.
Yes, she had taken a video, a phone video of the recording 2 hours later that night. And so she still had that in her possession, and she provided that to me.
And did she tell you which video camera that footage was captured on?
Yes, that would be the first camera that I referenced that would become relevant later, which is this point in time. So the one in the middle of the screen there. And
you're showing.
This is 28-2.
Sorry. Yes, on 20. So, and at the point in January 7th and 8th of 2021, this camera had not been replaced and did not capture audio at the time. However, at the May 19th incident, it had been replaced and did capture video and audio.
And moving ahead, 28-5, what would this be a photograph of?
This would be a view from that kind of that bar area on the southwestern portion of the backyard that's looking out towards 2413 Paseo Los Gatos. And this would be directly in front of the camera that captured the children playing, the noises of the children playing.
And using this, so if we were standing where this photograph is taken, where would the pool be in relation to this photograph?
Just to the right, straight forward and to the right.
And can you, do you review a copy of this video prior to testifying today?
Yes, I did.
Can you just orientate us using this photograph to where we would be looking to see what the video captures before we play?
So the camera that captures the video is from a different perspective than this one. So it would be, you'd be looking out straight across from the pool to the right. And I think it'll be pretty clear where you're supposed to be looking based off the brightness that you'll see approximately 2-3 seconds into the video.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Court Exhibit 44?
Yes.
Investigator Rhodes, do you recognize this disc?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a disc that I reviewed of the video surveillance.
And again, this video, when did Ms. Tootle say this incident actually occurred?
That would be May 19th, 2021.
And do you know whether or not of any activity, any police activity, in other words, that there have been any warrants or any activity at the Millete house in close in time to May 19th?
Yes, this would be a couple days or a day right after a gun violence restraining order was served at the residence.
So, Your Honor, at this time, with court's permission, I would ask to play Court's Exhibit 44. There's no audio to the video.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Well, you may proceed.
Madam Clerk, can we get the lights down?
So the point of focus is going to be the middle top portion of the where the retaining wall kind of goes from one level and kind of comes up to a different height. Directly in that area is where the lighting you're going to see changes.
Well, so how long is the video? We just watched it and
It's about 30 seconds.
did Your Honor need to see it again, or?
Did I miss it? I was taking notes.
I think with the dark, with the lighting, it was a bit difficult. With the court's permission, may I play the 33 seconds again?
Sure. Did you start it from the beginning?
I did.
Okay, so I noted that there was bright flashes within the first 5 seconds or so. You started. The video will speak for itself, but I did see bright light consistent with what the witnesses testified to.
Thank you. And then, Investigator Rhodes, did you learn that there was an item that was actually recovered in the fireplace of the, in the backyard of the Millete residence on October 19th, 2021?
Yes, I did. That would be the credit card, which could not be distinguished on any of the identification, could not be distinguished on the credit card.
You can't tell anything about that credit card?
It was pretty burned.
And the paperwork that was found next to it doesn't provide any clue as to the credit card?
I'm not personally aware of there being an association between the two items.
And just to be clear, that is what's been identified as 21-11. Is that correct? Yes,
Correct.
that's the credit card we're talking about.
Yes.
And have you been in the backyard of the Millete residence?
Yes, I have.
And the fireplace that we see in 21-11, that's the photograph as you look at this exhibit on the left. Where would that be in relation to the video that we just watched?
It would be in the same general area.
Right, so this search warrant was conducted on October 19th, so that's 5 months after the fire, correct?
Correct.
Did she say if he had other fires over that 5-month period?
This was the only one that was notable to her, and particularly because she actually felt her windows rattle, is what made her actually go outside and take a look.
Did you also speak with, well, she's now a district attorney investigator, but then Detective Rosario, who assisted in a search warrant on January 23rd, 2021?
I did.
And you're jumping around a bit. Investigator Rose is kind of covering a few odds and ends, and so I don't want to be I'm kind of moving into a slightly different area, but
As long as you announce it, I'll note it and I will follow.
January 23rd, 2021, did you speak with then Detective, or now Investigator Rosario, about her work and observations at a search warrant on January 23rd?
Yes, particularly related to a computer in one of the children's bedrooms.
And what was it that, well, first of all, I want to show you Courts Exhibit 20-5. And do you recognize what was identified as a photo taken by David Garber? Seems like a long time ago now, but indicating that this was observed on one of the children's computer screens. Did you speak with Investigator Rosario about what she observed?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
So this would be a computer in Laura May's bedroom, and it appeared to be primarily used by her. However, there was one video, not video, there was a note or a set of files contained on the computer, which had the folder name, sorry, folder would be more appropriate, folder name of Daddy's file. And so they did not want to impound the computer because it was primarily used by Laura May. However, they wanted to document some of the information on there. So they took this photo of the search history and they established that it was also used by Mr. Millete because there was a folder on there labeled Daddy's file. And Detective Rosario had spoken to Mr. Millete that that was his file and asked her specifically as a female to look at it because it contained sexual videos between himself and May.
And did she identify both 20-5 and 20-6 as essentially photographs from that same computer?
That would be correct.
Counsel, what's the relevance
it identifies that the defendant was the user or partially used the computer and helps identify that he would be the person who conducted these searches. And the searches are how to torture someone without harming them physically, emotionally, and spiritually.
Okay, I get your offer of proof. You may ask now.
I think that was all with my line of questioning in terms of establishing these two these two photographs, 20-5 and 20-6. I just don't think there had been testimony yet to establish the basis of those two exhibits. I'm going to move on now and ask you some questions about some financial analysis that you did in relation to this case. Did you review credit reports that were obtained via search warrant for Millete?
I did.
Did you review credit reports obtained for the defendant?
I did.
Did you review Navy Federal Credit Union financial records obtained via search warrant for Millete?
Yes, I did.
As well as the defendant?
Correct.
And can you describe for us kind of the format of their account and May's access to the funds in their account?
Yeah. So primarily, most of the funds are related to the Navy Federal Credit Union, which is their primary bank. Within there, they have their joint accounts, which they would both be listed on, which had checking, savings. Then in addition to that, they each had independent checking and savings accounts associated with just themselves. So Mr. Millete would have his own independent checking and savings account, and May would have her own checking and savings account. And then the records went back to January of 2020. And in looking at those, there were a couple significant events, particularly March 26th, beginning of April 2020, where all of the money that had previously been in May's independent accounts was transferred out into the joint account. And one other note, she did have a Barclays credit card, and she had previously, up to that point, been using her independent checking account to pay for the credit card. And then, so after March 26, 2020, all her funds are now in the joint account. And the trend throughout the rest of the year is that there was no money in her accounts. However, significant money was often transferred from the joint accounts into just Mr. Millete's independent accounts.
And in March, April of 2020, what was the status of May's independent account associated with the Navy Federal Credit Union?
It essentially only had enough money just to keep it open, which would be about $1.
Did you determine if, and was that consistent then throughout 2020?
Yes, that would be consistent where she no longer had any money in her accounts, and money would be moved from the joint accounts into Mr. Millete's independent accounts, which would be only under his name.
Did you, these records, did they go, what time frame did they cover?
I believe there were two different search warrants done. One, I think, was a little bit more limited in scope, but essentially it goes from January 2020 to, I believe, April of 2021.
And was that the trend then, was there any change, I guess, to what you just described through January 7th, 2021?
As far as there being no money in May's independent account, no, there was never any money put back in there. The approximate amount, there was more money withdrawn from Mr. Millete's independent accounts after January 7th, but the trend is essentially the same all through 2020.
So you had indicated that the funds went into a joint account for May and Larry Millete, is that correct?
Correct. So when you look at their direct deposits from work, they would go into the joint accounts.
And so Millete would have access to the joint account, correct?
Correct. For both of them, they had credit cards, Navy Federal credit cards, which would be associated with the joint checking account.
Was there, in the records, could you determine the Navy Federal Credit Union credit card accounts, any activity after January 7th, 2021?
There was no activity on May Milliete's cards on or after January 8th, 2021.
Did you determine if Millete had any other credit cards independent from the defendant?
Yes.
We can take a break at this point. We'll take our 15-minute recess. We'll resume at 3:20. Give us an hour and 10 minutes for the rest of the day. If we resume at
Hawaiian Airlines card with the identifying number of 8302?
Yes, that would be the same card that I was previously talking about for Barclays.
Were there any purchases on that Barclays account, that credit card, after January 7th, 2021?
So the last purchase on the card is December 28th, 2020. There is a payment that was made on January 5th, 2021. That is the last activity on the card. So there is nothing on or after January 8th, 2021.
And did you determine in your review of the records with regard to that card whether or not there was credit available on that card as of January 8th, 2021?
Yes, the card still had available money.
And were there any payments made recent in time to January 7th, 8th, 2021?
Yes, that would be on January 5th, 2021.
What was that?
That was a payment from a savings account to the credit card as your monthly payment.
How much was that payment, roughly, if you recall?
I would have to look at my report again or look at the notes.
Do you have those readily available to you?
I do have some notes pertaining to it.
And just while you look at that, could you describe for us, you said payments were made from a savings account.
Yes. So as I described in April of 2020, the Navy Federal account for her independent accounts no longer had any funds, and those were where the credit card was being paid from. So a savings account, which was actually connected, a Barclays savings account connected to the credit card, was opened in April of 2020. And discretion from her point into that account, $500-600 a month, and that's what she used to pay for her credit card.
And I don't know that it's necessary to tell us exactly how much the payment was, but was it fair to say it's a couple $100 at least of a payment on that credit card?
That'd be correct. And there was still a significant amount of money available on the card.
Did you also, in the course of your investigation, review infotainment system download obtained via search warrant for?
In the course of your investigation,
did you review an infotainment system download obtained via search warrant for the black Lexus that had the license plate of Milete? And specifically, I'll direct you to what's been already identified as Courts Exhibit 2-2, which has a photograph of a black Lexus.
Yes, I did.
Can you explain briefly what the infotainment system is?
So the infotainment system is, kind of generally speaking, is just the computer system for the people, often in the center console area. Depending on the year, the make and model, the infotainment systems have different capabilities for what they record. Often GPS, you can connect Bluetooth. It's basically your electronic hub in your vehicle.
And for this particular model of Lexus, what was in terms of the information that you were able to obtain from this download relative to the make, model, year of this Lexus, what were you able to determine or find?
Yeah, so this particular model unfortunately didn't have waypoints saying exactly locations. However, it did have an address entry entered on January 8th, 2021 at approximately 3:29 p.m. And it was the address, it tells you the address that was entered, which was 2413 Paseo Los Gatos. However, it does not tell us where the vehicle was when that data was entered into the system.
And did you take some steps to verify the accuracy of that date and time?
On the infotainment system, yes, I did.
Did you also learn that the Lexus was serviced on December 17th, 2020, and mileage was obtained on that date?
Yes, I did.
And what was the mileage, if you recall?
I have the particular mileage noted from my report, which I could refer to.
Okay, that would help you refresh your memory.
Yeah, so the particular mileage on December 17th, 2020, as noted by the dealership, was 69,257 miles.
Now, we heard testimony that the Lexus was impounded on January 23rd, 2021. During the investigation, did you obtain the mileage on the Lexus when it was impounded?
Yes, I did.
And what was the mileage at that time?
That would be 70,636.
Did you then determine how many miles then would have been attributed to the Lexus between December 17th, 2020 and January 23rd, 2021?
Yes, that would be 1,379 miles.
Did you conduct an analysis of that difference in mileage, or that amount of mileage during that time period?
Yes, so my starting point was using the call detail records, which were pretty consistent for that time period of December 17th up to January 8th. And then after January 8th, there was also call detail records. In addition, I was able to use the financial records, particularly from Navy Federal Credit Union, to pinpoint locations where both May and Larry Millete had gone to during those times. So I completed a detailed analysis for every single day between December 17th, 2020 and January 23rd, 2021, documenting all the movement by both parties. And based on that information, I could document the mileage accumulated by each of them during that time period.
And did you use that information to determine if the mileage that was accumulated on the Lexus during that time period could be accounted for?
The only time where there was not accounted for mileage would be on January 8th for that approximate 12-hour period.
All right, you are moving pretty quickly, and I need to understand the mechanics behind how you did some of these things. Maybe you're going to ask about that, but
So maybe I can just explain a little more. So with the call detail records, as was previously testified by both Investigator Grindley and Analyst Vilver, they document cell tower points. And so there were consistent records between those time periods.
When you say those time periods, what do you mean?
Between December 17th, 2020 and January 23rd, 2021, with the exception of January 8th.
so you're tracking their distance based on the cell tower historical information.
Correct. That would be my starting point. The in today's day and age, people don't really use cash anymore, so we use your bank credit card. So there were often purchases made. It tells you where that purchase was made on your account, what day. I'm able to verify the cell tower records with the location of purchase. Also, I used work schedules, and then to verify all this stuff, I used social media, witness statements, and those were all just to verify the information that I had obtained using the call detail records and financial records.
So you were cross-referencing these various other factual tidbits.
Correct.
And so cross-referencing the documents, for example, the call detail records, along with the financial records to verify where, if, for example, a cell tower was activated on a particular day at a particular time, you could see on a financial record a charge or financial transaction on a particular particular date and time that would correspond with that cell tower?
Correct. And in looking at the records, there were not cell tower records where they would just be going out in different locations and couldn't be accounted for. So there was consistent cross-referencing for all the records, all the call detail records, so the cell phone records with the financial records. And then I just used witness statements, social media, and other things just to further verify the location, time, and all that information, which I had previously established in the financial and call detail records. Hopefully that makes sense.
It does.
And by doing that, you said there was only one day that you could not determine any movement or any, the amount of, well, I guess you could not determine activity, there was no cell tower activity to determine distance. And that day was January 8th, 2021.
That'd be correct.
So what were you able to determine, if at anything, from your examination or analysis of the difference in mileage?
So based off of the analysis I did, if you, and this is also taking into account that the Milletes had 4 vehicles. If I look at the maximum amount of mileage covered during that time period and attribute it to the Lexus, the mileage that would still be missing would be about 444 miles. And then I kind of went on the other spectrum with a more loose, maybe they used some other vehicles and it did some different scenario analysis, the range being 444 miles to around 692 miles. And that would be an approximate estimate of the mileage that could not be accounted for on January 8th, 2021.
Given that you said the actual range goes up until January 23rd, how do you account for the fact that there could be extra mileage after between the 8th and the 23rd?
Correct. That analysis does include mileage accumulated after between January 9th and January 23rd, 2021. There is mileage included in that estimate.
And you still believe that your estimate's still accurate, accounting for those days after the 8th?
Correct.
So to be clear, what you described that you did for each day up until January 8th, 2021, you did for all the subsequent days until that Lexus was impounded.
That would be correct.
During your investigation, did you also review communications discovered on the defendant's cell phone download that was conducted on January 13th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
And did you find something on that cell phone download that caused you to then write further search warrants?
Yes, there was email communication on Mr. Millete's phone to individuals whom he identified themselves as spellcasters. And there were a couple of particular entries that I then used to get search warrants to obtain further records, because the emails that were obtained from the phone were not complete. It was only fragments, so it wasn't a complete capture of those emails.
And what search warrant did you obtain?
So I did a search warrant for Cal Astrology and one for Fiverr, Fiverr.
Can you explain what Fiverr is?
So Fiverr is basically an online market where you could hire individuals to do all sorts of different tasks. If you're looking for somebody to do some illustrating or different things for your business, you can go to this website and find an independent person to fulfill those needs.
And so what are some examples of services you can get on Fiverr?
Well, in this particular case, it was only one service that was attained, which would be for purchasing and communicating with, purchasing spells and communicating with spellcasters. But you could get, like I said, an independent illustrator or graphic arts design, something like that. You could get on that website.
So a variety of different creative services, essentially.
Yes.
And did you obtain records from Fiverr pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Did you also see in financial records for the defendant some purchases to Fiverr?
Yes. So the financial records had purchases to Fiverr, and also had PayPal purchases to individuals who were later determined to be spellcasters.
And during this investigation, did you also obtain, you said, a search warrant for Calastrology?
Yes.
And explain what that is.
Calastrology is a magic spellcasting website which you can go on and purchase spells or spell-related items.
And why did you seek out this search warrant? What led you to this?
The Calastrology, I think in two places. I think it was in the PayPal purchases, and as well as there were some emails located on the phone download.
So the defendant had a PayPal account?
Yes, and it was connected directly to his checking account.
And so in those records, you saw some purchases to this Calastrology?
Correct.
In preparation for this hearing, did you work with members of the district attorney's office to create an exhibit to represent these communications?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain the different sources, well, first of all, if you can explain a little bit about what these communications were.
So what the communications were?
Well, in other words, is it fill out a form and send it to a company, or we've talked about communications. How did those communications get generated?
Okay, I see. So for Calastrology, it's a website. You can just go on and you can select the items. They have different spells, different items that are related to magic or spellcasting on there. You put them in the bin just like you would on any other website and make the purchase. Then that would generate an email with the confirmation. And oftentimes the individual can write notes on what they desire to obtain from their purchase, whether it be the spell or the item. So that would also be included in the confirmation email sent from Calastrology. The Fiverr would often be developing, you contact an individual, you establish a line of communication with them and what their services are, and then you purchase what they're providing.
And then once the purchase is made, is there an opportunity for the buyer to then communicate with the person they're purchasing from?
Yes, in the case of Fiverr, it's almost like an email. So you can just continually send messages back and forth.
So the exhibit, and I'm specifically going to refer you to Courts Exhibit 27 that was created to represent these different communications. What is it compiled of? What are the various sources for this exhibit?
So the reason for kind of compiling it like this is because there were some fragments obtained from the phone download. Those were not complete. And the Google warrant, which the account is associated with for Fiverr and some of the other spell purchases,
Let me just get you to clarify that. When you say the Google account, what are you talking about?
the subscriber information for the individual who has the Fiverr account.
Did you identify who that was?
Yeah, that would be Mr. Millete.
So what
Um,
Google account are we talking about?
This one would be I believe, larry.millete@gmail.
Continue.
So, as previously testified, investigator Grindley obtained those records. However, none of the spell emails were in the records, indicating that they had been deleted from the account. So we only had fragments. So the only other way to obtain these emails would be to get them directly from the source, which would be Cal Astrology, Fiverr, and if we had requested anything from any other individual users. So they all came in different formats, which were oftentimes difficult to easily interpret just from looking at. So the formatting that was done was made to make it easy to understand the source that it came from, who the spellcaster was. Was it from Mr. Millete or was it from the spellcaster? And then also provides the content of the emails or communication between them.
And can you tell us when did the communications with these spellcasters begin?
That would be September 2020. On a side note, there may have been other communications via email prior to that, which we did not recover, but that is the records that we are going to look at that we did recover, start of September 2020.
And so were all of the records that were obtained from Fiverr, Cal Astrology, and those on the defendant's cell phone download, were they compiled?
Yes, compiled into one easy format to be able to decipher the information and as well not to have duplicates, because there were some emails recovered from the Fiverr return which were on the phone download. So to eliminate duplicates as well.
And so looking at, for example, 27-1, do you recognize that to be one of the exhibits that you created to provide a demonstrative of the content of one of these communications?
Yes, it is.
And just if you can kind of walk us through and what it is that is documented in each one of these exhibits, essentially 27-1 through 27-83.
Yeah, so the top left portion is going to be an image which is associated with the company or caster. The top right portion is going to start a box format. In that, it's going to have the list of 2. That's going to indicate who was receiving the content. Underneath that's from, it's who's sending the content. Under that is going to be the company. So in this exhibit is going to be Cal Astrology. Under that denotes direction. So again, just it's an incoming order to Mr. Millete. And in some it does indicate whether it was an order or receipt. Then it has the subject, which would be the subject line for an email or for a purchase. And then it would have the date and time. And the records came back in UTC time. However, in these exhibits, I have made sure that they are all accurately in local time. So that what will be displayed will be local time. And then under that will be a section just denotes deleted. And that's if it was a phone download, whether it specifically noted that the email had been deleted off the phone. And then under that will be the source, and that's just going to denote where we obtain the record, whether it be the Cal Astrology search warrant, Fiverr search warrant, or from the iPhone itself. And then under that is going to be the content of the communication.
And how did you organize, or how were these spells organized? In other words, chronologically or by some other method?
Utilize two different main ways of organizing. The first is just being chronological, and that's what will be displayed today in the exhibits, is just in a chronological order. Also, did organize it just by spellcaster for ease of looking at that particular transaction.
And just so we can understand a little bit the volume that we're talking about here, did you actually compile a list of, for example, the number of just pages, and understanding that some of these are 2 pages long, the number of pages for each month that we're talking about?
Yes, I compiled the number of communication pages for each month.
And is that 27-84 of the exhibit?
Correct.
And so does 27-84 accurately represent the number of pages for each month?
Yes, it does.
And again, this is compiled, the Calistrology return, search warrant return, the fiber search warrant return, and communications found on the cell phone download.
Yes, it would be the totality of what we discovered.
Okay, and so September 2020, how many pages of communication?
We have 28 pages of communication in September of 2020.
October of 2020, how many pages?
325.
And 108 pages in November, how many in December?
December, it goes up a little bit, so it goes up to 758 pages.
And then January 1st through the 8th, 2021?
In just that week is 455 pages of communication.
And then January 9th until February 12th, 2021?
That would be only 35 pages.
So for a total of 1,709 pages?
Correct.
Okay, and then did you also calculate how much money was spent?
I did.
Because in some of these in these documents, does it list how much the spells cost?
Yes, in addition to the financial records.
Okay, and looking at 27-85, is this an exhibit that you created to represent the amount of money spent on spells?
It is.
And this was using which methods or what documents to determine this?
This would be primarily the Navy Federal Credit Union and PayPal accounts.
And is each amount and number of spells listed accurate based on your review of all these records?
Yes, it is.
And what was the total amount of money spent between September 2020 and January 11th, 2021?
So for 70 spell purchases, it was $1,154.05.
Now, we see one spell, for example, purchased January 11th, 2021, but I think in the exhibit prior, it shows communications that go through February 12th, 2021. Can you explain that?
Yes. So there is one spell purchase after January 8th.
But I'm just asking in terms of the logistics of how this works. One spell can be purchased, and then can a person just continue to communicate with these individuals?
Correct. So the vast majority of those 35 pages were not actually related to that one spell purchase. They were related to prior purchases.
And did you personally go through each page of the document we're about to, or the documents we're about to review, to determine and if they were accurate, fair and accurate representations of the communications that were recovered from the search warrants and the cell phone download?
Yes, I did.
How did you determine that the person communicating with all of these individuals was the defendant?
A couple different ways. One, he was the listed subscriber for the accounts. He used his email, and also he often used his name and identifying information in the content of the messages.
And who is the person that you identified?
Larry Millete.
So showing you 27-1, do you recognize this to be one of the communications you recovered from a calastrology search warrant September 18th, 2001?
Yes.
And can you describe for us what we're looking at in this exhibit?
So this is an order receipt for spell request on September 18th, 2020 at 12:01 p.m. and it is from Calastrology, and I obtained it from the Calastrology search warrant.
All right, and can you read for us what this?
I did read it.
Oh,
So
okay.
that helps.
Okay. Well, Your Honor, I mean, I think.
Okay, it's fine. I just want to jump. I read it.
Okay. If you want to go ahead and
Yeah,
read at least the top portion of the spell request.
sure. I would like a powerful love spell to bind my wife, May T. Millete, to me forever. Also, for her to love me unconditionally as I love her. To keep her from hurting our family even further, she has become promiscuous and selfish. She is only concerned about her happiness and disregards the happiness of her family. Our 3 young children are being affected. She'd rather go out with friends or probably meeting up with the third party. She has prioritized her work. She leaves me with our children whenever she is not working and puts no effort into spending time with them. Please see the details below. I have worked with Priest Wisdom and Dr. Maway, M-A-W-A-Y, from Nigeria with no results. 2 spellcasters mentioned that someone has put a negative spell or voodoo on our relationship. Could be Jamie's wife when she found out about their relationship. Please cast the most powerful spell. You guys are my last hope. She has since not yet filed, but afraid I might report them at her employment. That's why she hasn't yet. Please help me. Please cast the best spell for my situation. Thank you so much in advance. Very respectfully, Larry I. Millete. Again, thank you.
And then there's continued text below that, kind of, if you could just summarize generally what that text is. Just, I mean, this the general content. Does he describe who he is referring to?
Yes, he's referring to his wife, and it's essentially related to her wanting to separate or divorce from him and stopping that.
Okay. Looking at 27-2, can you kind of explain what it is that we see here? There's sort of some numbers and.
Yeah. These would be the items that were purchased from this particular transaction on September 18th, 2020.
So there's an indication of a name of something in blue and then shipped with tracking numbers.
Which particular one are you referring to?
Are we looking at 27-2? There's some information about tracking numbers and names of things. What is that?
Yeah, so it looks like 2 spells which were purchased. So one being the Love Voodoo spell, the second being the Last Chance spell, and then there's an item that's purchased which is a Love Wenga, and a Wenga is basically you can think of it as similar to a voodoo doll. It's a doll that's supposed to encompass a spirit that will assist you with your spell needs.
And then there's some amounts listed underneath that. And is that part of how you calculated the amounts that we saw in the previous slide?
Correct.
Now, just kind of moving ahead to 27-3.
I actually have a question. The Love Wanga doll is a physical item.
Yes, it is.
Are the spells associated with anything physical, or are they simply a request for someone to cast the spell?
Yeah, I can kind of go into the majority of the spells are essentially I'm going to pay you, and the spellcaster is going to perform the ritual on their own on your behalf. So you won't actually physically receive anything with the spell's purchases other than the intended consequences of what you purchased. The Wengadal is actually a physical item that was purchased, but primarily almost I believe the majority of all the spells are just I tell you it worked.
It's a request for them to perform the ritual.
Correct.
Looking at, again, 27-3, is this another example of a request for a spell?
Correct. This would be another order receipt on September 21st, 20. Item purchased at the end of the bottom of the second page.
And what is the name of this purchase?
This is called the Doom to Fail Black Curse.
And who's the, without reading the entire content of this, who's the intended target of this curse?
That would be Jamie. Just one note, just for your honor. The spells, there's different types of spells. So you can purchase love spells, you can purchase hexes. So those are two distinct things. So you can purchase for good things to happen, and you can also purchase for bad things to happen. This one would be of the latter, for something bad to happen.
And so would it be fair to say that in the context of all of these purchases, there were a few different people who were the targets of the request?
That would be correct. There's primarily two individuals who are listed in the requests.
And who are those people?
That would be May Millete and Jamie.
What is the general request and theme of all of these requests with regard to May?
In regard to May, there's quite a few themes there. It ranges from different kinds of control, having her be subservient, being a sex slave, to her obeying him. And then there's also times where there's requests for her to be injured so that he could take care of her. As noted, I don't know if we're going to get into it a little later, so maybe I don't want to go too much into all that. But there's different types of controlling, and there's also injury spells which are requested.
And Your Honor, I think the witness has authenticated the entire set of records. Your Honor can read all of those. I'm not going to review every single one, but have him review a few of them. So looking
I
at.
think that's expedient, because if you spend a minute on each one, we'd be here for 80 minutes.
Yes, so that's my plan. I just wanted to alert the courts. So looking at 27 dash, so we have up through 27-4, a couple of examples of requests that were done in September 2021. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And then looking at 27-5, this would be an example of another forum. So this was the source of this was the iPhone SE Celebrite January 13th, 2021. What's that in reference to?
So this would be for spellcaster, which is known as Lilith, or the Lilith Slayer site, and these were only captured on the phone. So these were communications between Mr. Millete and this particular spellcaster known as Lilith.
And this was October 15th of 2020.
At 12:52 p.m.
You mentioned that there were some that also indicate a request for harm. Looking at 27-7, would this be an example? In fact, the subject is physical harm.
Yes, this would be an example on October 27, 2020 at 12:55 p.m.
And the content being, do you have any spells that can manifest to cause physical harm?
Yes.
Similarly, on 27-9, another request. What is that?
It's another request on October 28, 2020 with Lilith that says if you are able to cast a spell for an accident to cripple or cause bodily harm without killing, maybe, if possible.
Looking at 27-11, this is one dated October 28th, 2020 at 2:19 p.m. What is this request?
This is October 28th, 2020, 2:19 p.m. is also from Lilith, and it just says, can you give someone cancer?
27-12, October 28th, 2020. What is this request?
It's also from to Lilith, and it's from Mr. Millete saying, please give her the worst nightmares. She needs to be punished for her actions. She's too much sometimes. And there's a couple emojis in there.
You mentioned that there were requests to harm this person named Jamie. Looking at 27-16, is this an example of one of those?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you read this one?
Yes, this is again from Mr. Millete to Lilith, and it states, good afternoon, Lilith. I respectfully ask you to please recast or boost Jamie. Still works at Swarmac and has not been punished. Please make him suffer tenfold in everything he does for his entire life. Hoping to be cut short, if possible. Thank you, Lilith. Very respectfully, Larry Millete.
Was there also, it looks like on 27-17, some reference to subliminal life training?
Yes, on this particular one, it looks like there was some difficulty in obtaining his playlist. So he's requesting to get the information on his account. And now, again, he would be Mr. Millete. And the company's name is Mistress Trainer.
Was there an indication in some of these messages that the defendant was seeking to learn how to conduct some of these spells himself?
Yes, there was.
Looking ahead at 27-25, this appears to be a company that you referred to, Fiverr, and this is December 14th of 2020. And tell us a little bit about what this is. It looks like it says to Mystic Lunar. However, the company is Fiverr, so can you explain that for us?
Yes, so Mystic Lunar would be the particular spellcaster in this case. Fiverr would be the overall company, and Mystic Lunar is someone who is utilizing the service to communicate with Mr. Millete.
And in this first sentence here, so the spell, I'd like to focus on dominating her and for her to obey me. She needs to start listening to me as head of the household and no longer can trust her decision making. Was that a common theme of some of these messages?
Yes, they are particularly focused on control and obeying.
Looking at 27-26, this is December 14th, 2020. Again, do the messages kind of go back and forth sometimes between a focus on this person that he believes she had an affair with?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so what are we looking at 27-26?
It's another Fiverr record related to the user Mystic Lunar, and they are messages from Mr. Millete, and they are about a minute apart.
And what do they say?
The first one says, are you able to perform hexes or punishment spells? And then the second one states, I'm starting to resent her affair partner, got his part in this.
the spells, the communications continue through December, do they, again, kind of flip back and forth, but is there a focus to some degree on efforts to prevent May from leaving?
Yes, there is a very large focus on the marriage not ending and being able to control her to being a submissive wife again.
Looking at 27-32, can you tell us date, time, and read the substance of this?
Yes, this is another message from Mr. Millete to Lilith, and the date is December 17th, 2020 at 12:46 p.m. And the content states, "Hi Lilith, is there a hex or spell you can cast for May to be dependent on me and humble her down? I already wait on her hand and foot, and she's very unappreciative. It's only when she needs me that she's very sweet and kind. She hugs me and everything. I'm starting to resent her sometimes. I figure if she's sick, injured, I lost my place there. I figure if she's sick, injured, or something that she would have to depend on me and have use for me, it's when she's healthy that she feel like, fuck everybody, I can take care of myself attitude with disregard to their feelings. She just doesn't care. She just kicked my parents out of our house, who took very good care of our 3 little ones. Very unappreciative, like I said. Is there one you can cast for this? Would it be a hex or a custom spell? Larry."
And 27-33, December 17th as well. Was it common for you to see multiple communications to a spellcaster in a day?
Yes, and not only multiple spellcasters in a day, but often the same information in a day to multiple spellcasters.
And so would this be an example of that? This would be exhibit 27-33.
Correct, to Lilith.
And just what's the first sentence or first few sentences of this, the content of this one?
Sure. "Good afternoon, Lilith. Is there a spell you can cast to incapacitate or make May not want to keep leaving me and my kids behind? Can you make her sick so she has to depend on us for care? I'm just at my wit's end trying to appease her."
And in fact, at one point in communications, looking at 27-36 on December 18th, 2020, there's a message to Mystic Lunar or Lunar Coventry at gmail.com.
Correct. So there is some communication that's to Lunar Coventry because of some circumstances that happened on the Fiverr account.
What do you mean by that?
He was blocked.
And so explain a little bit about what this communication is all about, or who Lunar Coventry is.
So Lunar Coventry is a spellcaster who also has the name Mystic Lunar on the Fiverr accounts.
And what is the communication in this message?
This message is, "I left these subliminal on that she doesn't like. I'm desperate, so I'm trying everything to calm her down."
And again, continues on December 18th, 27-37. This is December 18th at 4:51. What is the content of this message?
This is a message from Mr. Millete to Lilith. It states, "I ended up order Save My Marriage today." So that would be referring to a spell that was purchased. And it goes on to say, "Please make her sick. D, Dad, O, she needs me." And it's essentially trying to say so that she needs me. "And stay home. Do she doesn't leave us. So she doesn't leave us."
Were there more messages about May being sick or spells that focused on wanting her to be sick or incapacitated?
There were numerous, yes.
In fact, were some of those on December 25th, 2020.
I don't recall a particular December 25th. I just know that there were a lot.
Looking at 27-43, you recognize this communication and content. And can you kind of explain to us what we see in this one? It has a highlighted section. So how is this different from the other one?
Yeah, so this is a communication from Lilith's account, and it's related to an order purchase. So there's a lot of extra information related to PayPal and other communication in there. The highlighted section is going to be the notes section, which would be what Mr. Millete wrote in ordering the spell.
Can you just read to us what that note said?
Yes.
And
Good
this
af-
is December 27th, 2020.
At 12:13 p.m. Good afternoon, Lilith. You know my situation and the target, May Millete, born 1 May 1981. Please humble her down. She has become really selfish and narcissistic. Make her really sick and keep her sick until she realizes that it is us, her family, Laura May, Leilani, Lazarus, and myself, are the only ones that will be by bedside on her deathbed. Not her fake friends, friends on Facebook, and other social media that she eyes more importance than us. Please banish everyone else from her life with the exception of us four. Thank you, Lilith. Again, please keep the curse on her until she gives us more importance and not until she realizes that we are the only ones that are important. Her life, love us unconditionally, and keep her home instead of constantly leaving us behind.
And was that a similar theme in those messages that you reviewed throughout December?
That would be correct.
Would you say, as you reviewed these messages, there was any change in tone, increased frequency, or any difference in the nature of the request?
Yes, both. So the change in frequency, as noted before, kind of, there's almost as many spells and spell communications in 1 week of January, leading up to January 8th, as there are in the whole month of December, which is the highest volume of spells and communication. And the tone going from September to January goes from controlling, making her submissive, and it progressively gets more into punishment, making her not leave, and does indicate more violence towards the end of that first week of January.
Looking at 27-45, December 27th, 2020, can you read this, the content of this one?
Yes, again, this is from Mr. Millete to Lilith at 12/27/2020 at 3:22 p.m. And it states, please punish May and incapacitate her enough so she can't leave the house. It's time to take the gloves off. She's too much. She needs to be humbled down to the lowest of low. Please, Lilith. Praying hand emoji.
Moving ahead to 27-49, December 29th, 2020. There are two messages side by side from Fiverr, one at 4:30 p.m., the one on the right at 7 p.m. Can you read these messages?
Yeah. So the one on the left is going to be from Mr. Millete to the user Pagan54, and it states, oh, before I forget, will the hex remove itself after the requirements are met, or will I have to request for it to be removed? And then the comment back from Pagan54 to Mr. Millete is, and the hex will be gone once the requirements are met.
So what, in your review of these records, what is the request? What does that mean, removing the hex?
So there is a hex purchased by Mr. Millete on May Millete. In fact, he overpays for it, and so he's given 29 additional hexes to go along with the one that he purchased.
Does he end up using all of those on May?
He cancels the hexes on May on January 9th and requests for them to be used on Jamie instead. And it may be January 10th for the roof request.
That record is in this exhibit?
That'd be correct.
Okay, so we'll get to that. Looking at 27-52, are you familiar with a trip that the family took to Glamis the weekend of New Year's?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and can you read the content of this particular request?
Yes, so this is from Mr. Millete to Pagan 54 on December 31st, 2020 at 6:16 p.m. Hi, just FYI, we're in the desert, dirt biking, and off reading for 4 days. Can you hex to have her hurt enough that she will have to depend on me and need my help? She's only nice to me when she needs me or sick. Thanks again. Maybe an accident or a broken bone.
The week of January the 4th through the 7th of 2021, can you describe the nature of the communications?
Yes, I would describe them as frenetic and just a large volume, and they were primarily concerned with May leaving him and divorcing him.
On looking at 27-56, these are two requests on 9:30 and 9:31 a.m. on January the 4th. Can you read the content of these?
Yes, so the first one on the left is from Mr. Millete to Coven of Magic, and the content is, she's asking me for a divorce. She says she's not going to change her mind. Is there anything you can do? Boost, recast. The one on the right is from Mr. Millete to Druid Priestess, and it is, please boost. She's asking me for a divorce. It says she's not going to change her mind. Please help me.
27-57. This is January 4th at 9:25. This is to a different company.
This would be the same content to a different company, the Cal Astrology.
January 5th, 7:19 a.m. Essentially the same content to another spellcaster.
Correct.
And as we move through January 5th, would you say the content is consistently quite similar?
Yes, it's all based on getting May to change her mind.
Looking at 27-60, this is January 5th at 8:27 a.m. If you could read the content of this.
So this would be a Cal Astrology, and the content states, again, this is January 5th, 2021 at 8:27 a.m. Please recast this spell sooner than later. My wife May is adamant about getting a divorce. She's saying we're over and she's done trying. Please, a month for a recast would be too late. It's not too late now to try and turn this around. Praying emoji, praying hands emoji. Please, I'm begging you, CAA, which stands for the California Astrology Association, which is also Cal Astrology. And then one thing to note just for the month is it too late to recast? Often with these spells, once you purchase a spell, particular ones require that it may not come to fruition for a month, or that you can't recast the same spell within a month time period before ordering another purchase.
And the messages continue again through January 5th. These are at 9:52 and 9:53 a.m. Courts Exhibit 27-63, indicating she's moved to another bedroom and distancing herself. She's really adamant on getting a divorce. Does this theme, again, seem to be consistent throughout these days leading up to January 7th?
Yes, very consistent.
And in fact, 27-64, there are communications January 5th, 2021,
Slow down.
11:15 and 11:21 a.m. Have you heard reference, Investigator Rhodes, during this hearing about a communication with the wife of the person that Mr. Millete believed May was having an affair with?
Yes.
And are these in reference to anything related to that?
Yes, it's in relation to Mr. Millete calling that individual.
And saying that May said it's unforgivable that I embarrassed her and that I basically destroyed her reputation?
Yes.
In the course of these communications, does the defendant also send messages to the spellcaster where he tells them what May has texted to him?
Yes, he specifically states, see these messages that I've received from May.
And looking at 27-66 is the exhibit here, January 6, 2021, 9:45 and 9:46 a.m., an example of that.
Yes, the January 6, 2021 from Mr. Millete to October Vixen, VIXEN, states, thank you. She just texted. And then it goes, why can't you understand that I have nothing left? 3 exclamation points, and that being implications that it was from May.
And then the next message 1 minute later is it may be too late.
Correct.
27-67. What is the content of this message?
It looks like another message that Mr. Millete is posting on this communication from what he received from May. And it states, I should have left a long time ago. And this time, I'm not going to look back and say that again.
Now, is there any sense of urgency that you would say is demonstrated in these communications moving from January 6th into the 7th?
Yes, I would say there's a easily noticeable sense of urgency in these communications and how they are often occurring and the content of the communication.
Looking at 27-70, there are 2 communications side by side. The one on the right, 12:46 p.m. Can you read the content of that message?
Yes, this is from Mr. Millete to Lana Black Magic. And it says, please be real and not give me false hopes. How long does this spell take effect? My daughter's birthday weekend is this weekend, and my wife is planning to take off Friday and Monday to take them somewhere. Most likely, I'm no longer invited.
27-71, January 6th at 1:11 and 1:12 p.m. Is this the message on the left begins with, she has very strong barriers and I will send you what she texted me. What is the content on the right?
It states, from Mr. Millete to Willow_Malone, Malone. It's not anger anymore. 1 year of more hurt was more than enough. I don't want another year being stuck in limbo. Not another 5 years or 3 years. I want out. I can't keep living like this. I can't keep having to track whether or not your words can be trusted or not. I just stop. I'm done and done. I'm hurt beyond words. I'm numb beyond repair. I don't trust you. Should have left a long time ago. And this time, I'm not going to look back and say that again. I'm not going to look back and say that was this moment. When that happened, I should have left. I have too many of that already. This isn't going to be one of them. This appears to be communication from May to Mr. Millete that he then is posting with this Willow Malone.
Now, you had indicated he's not just communicating with one spellcaster during this time frame. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. There are numerous.
And 27-72 is an example of that as well.
Correct.
And what are we looking at on the left side there?
It's essentially the Calastrology message, which has the basically the same message that was just on the previous exhibit.
27-74 is January 6th at 11:58 p.m. Who is Sherry Grayson?
That would be another spellcaster.
And is that a spellcaster we had seen before?
That is not.
And so what's the substance? Not necessarily reading all this, but what's the substance of this request?
Basically, that Mr. Millete is looking for somebody that can cast a spell that will stop May from leaving him and stop the divorce. And he's desperate for those things to happen.
And then looking out at January 7th, 2775, we have two messages side by side to two different spellcasters. And what's the message there?
Just says she took her ring off, and this is a constant concern in the spell communications.
27-76, January 7th at 8:22 a.m. What is the substance of this message?
Yes, this is from Mr. Millete to October Vixen, and it states, "Thank you. Please don't abandon me. She's telling me that she just wants to co-parent, but not as husband and wife."
27-77, 8:27 and 8:36 a.m. Two messages side by side. What is the substance of these?
The first one states, "Now she's saying nothing I can do will change anything. She doesn't to go through the same things over and over again with me. She just wants to be parents for the kids' sake. She wants to set up as individuals to just be parents, but not together. She's saying she's past. She just blew up at me. She said if it weren't for the kids, she'd be out." And these were to astrologygoodluck@gmail.com.
27-78, 9:01 a.m. January 7th. What is the content of this message?
This is a message from Mr. Millete to October Vixen. It says, "Can this be fixed? She just walked out and said this is it. The divorce is going to happen whether I want it or not."
And then continued messages similar about making her sick. 27-80, January 7th at 2:14 p.m. There's a message that's like Cal Astrology, 2:14 p.m. A highlighted portion, if you could just read that.
Yeah, it says, "She's out of control and pushing and pushing. I think she wants me to snap."
27-81, January 7th, 2021 at 3:02 p.m. Would you read the highlighted portion of this message?
"I'm shaking inside, ready to snap. May is really out of control, and that's an understatement. I really try and stay calm to be a better person, but too much is too much."
And then January 7th at 4:39 p.m. What is the content of that message?
"Lilith, make her realize that we are meant to be with each other. Make her miserable without me. Make her want to sleep on the same bed, please, for all eternity."
Now, looking at 27-83, what do we see in these two messages?
These would be, so there were no messages during the day of January 8th, 2021. These would be the very next messages on January 9th.
And at 5:55 a.m., what is the message?
It's from Mr. Millete to Pagan 54, whom he had purchased the 30 hex spells from. And it states, "Can you remove or stop hexing my wife May? Instead, hex Jamie of San Diego, California. He's 29, 31 years old. He works at Swarmac." And that was on January 9th, 2021 at 5:55 a.m.
And then a similar one at 7:40 p.m. on January the 10th.
Correct. It says, "Hi, Miss Pagan. Please cast the strongest hex on Jamie. I have placed another order. As always, thank you for your help and service." So he had purchased an additional hex on top of the remaining however many hex were out of that 30 hexes.
And is that one spell that was purchased that we saw in January, after January 7th, 2021?
Correct.
And of the remaining communications with any of these spellcasters, were there any that focused at all on May?
There were none.
The focus was what?
They were all on Jamie after January 8th, 2021. There's no mention of May anymore. It's all related to hexing and punishing Jamie.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay, we're going to recess for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll order back at that time. Anything further we need to discuss?